Welcome to the farm, where the sun's always bright. We're planting seeds and chatting through the night. Take a break, sit back. We're here to unwind. In this world of pixels, leave worries behind. Grab a coffee, let's chill for a while. With crops to grow and friends in style. No need to hurry, let's take it slow. In this cozy place, let the good vibes flow. From fields to the sky so wide, we're tending the land with friends by our side. Whether it's crops or quests we chase, every new sunrise brings a warm embrace. Grab a coffee, let's chill for a while. With crops to grow and friends in style. No need to hurry, let's take it slow. In this cozy place, let the good vibes flow. Through rain or shine, we're here to play. In Acorn Valley, where friends don't stray. Pixel fields and digital skies. With laughter and peace, time just flies. So here's to the farm, where stories grow. Each harvest brings tales we'll sow. A chill little space where folks can find a moment of calm and peace of mind. Grab a coffee, let's chill for a while. With crops to grow and friends in style. No need to hurry, let's take it slow. In this cozy place, let the good vibes flow. Thanks for stopping by. Now you're part of the crew.
Missing my
Echo
razor.
Valley's here, just waiting for you. With fields to roam and skies so wide. Kick back and relax, we'll be your guide. Welcome to the valley, where the sun's always kind. A place for the heart, a rest for the mind. So come as you are, stay as you please. Here in Acorn Valley, find your peace in the breeze. You're welcome here, come rain or shine. In fields of green, let the stars align. Whenever you need a place to stay, Acorn Valley's just a click away.
What's up? Hi. Yes, perfect. Thank you, sweetie. We were almost in trouble. I thought I lost this, but Cat saved the day.
I'm borrowing it.
It's a razor. We're gonna need a razor. So how's everyone doing this morning? So our project today, which was discussed in our last Sunday show, was that building a rod. We had a comment from one of our amazing peeps, Purdydo, who stops by periodically, and he was talking about wanting to get into rod building, but a mistake in rod building can be super expensive, and he's absolutely right. You end up, the wrong mistake you make can easily turn into, oh, I gotta redo the whole thing. You gotta toss the blank, whole 9 yards. But if you take your time and you're diligent, it's very rewarding. So I told him, hey, if I get the stuff together, we're going to build a rod. Well, we got the stuff together. And before we even begin, because I know most people ain't even here yet, we're going to discuss the steps involved from top to bottom. Most rod builders who do this a lot will tell you there are 11 steps to building a rod. That is incorrect. There are 12 steps. And the reason I say that they're incorrect on that is it really comes down to the person involved. Step number one is not find your spline. For me, step number one is, what do you want this rod to be for? Blanks come in different shapes, sizes, piece number. They come in different types. Like you can get an ice fishing blank, you can get a fly fishing blank. This is a medium blank because it's crappie month. And so, all of those pieces are going to come into play differently, as they should. So, if you're wondering what Swampy's doing right now, he's pulling up his chat box so he can put it up on his screen so he can read the message. In case I don't hear it immediately or hear it correctly the first time. Let me punch that in real quick. There he goes. And hey, look, Disciple. What's up, Junior? How you doing, my man? Hope you're doing fantastic today. Getting ready to do that fly fishing show. Well, this is a rod building. This ain't really a fly fishing show. But that's okay. That is okay. So, let me close this out. Trying to save some RAM over here. Alright. So, first things first, you want to decide, what is this rod going to look like? And what do you want it to use it for? These are two very important questions. And to be honest, they often get overlooked, especially with new hobbyists. They tend to get excited. There's nothing really wrong with that. I have to move this camera in because the cord is picking up the fishing pole, and I don't like it. So give me a moment to adjust that, please. I'm going to try to keep as much tying right here as I can. This is going to be a big project. You're going to see me moving the camera periodically. There's unfortunately no way, despite my best efforts, to avoid that. There's not much I can do. What I can do is do this. I can see the wonderful orange in my beard. Alright, so step one, already covered, right? We know we're going to build this as a medium light pole for crappie, and that's what this blank is. It's a medium light. It is a little long, but it's what I had on hand. So, yeah. Let's move that out of the way. So, we need to find the spline. Well, Swampy, I don't know what that means. What do you mean finding the spline? Well, I don't know. Well, y'all about to see the back of Swampy's office here because I'm about to show you. All right. Get this cord out of my way. Hopefully I don't step on it and rip my headphones off my head. I've done it 4 times. Alright, so let's move the chair out the way. Let's see. Can I back this up any? Can I zoom it out? Let's see if I can zoom it out. Pretty far zoomed out already. Alright. See if I just can't step it back temporarily. Oh, we'll pick up the arbor later. No big deal. Alright, that'll work. That's enough space. Okay. So, splining the rod. Whether it be graphite or whatever. Oh, hey, look, it's
G11
FP.
says.
What's up, FP? How you doing, bud? Alright. So, when you're splining your rod, whether it's graphite, carbon fiber, fiberglass, they all want to bend a certain way. And we need to identify and mark that before we even begin building, right? So what you do is, I put it on my boot. I know y'all can't see down there, but I put the butt on my boot and just my fingertip at the top of the rod. So I center it on my boot and I push down. Just push straight down. She's going to bend where she wants to bend. Alright, she wants to bend this way. How do I make sure of that? We're about to build a rod that would probably cost you in the store a couple $100. So you rotate it, and you'll feel it snap into position once you start rotating, right? So rotate it a little bit more. If she doesn't freely snap in another direction, then you have found the spline. And in this case, just to show you what I'm looking at personally right here, I found the spline. So you're going to take a porcelain marker. I'm going to mark that dead center of that spline. And I'm going to do that by holding the bend and mark it. You want as dead in the center as you can get. Alright, there we go. Now I can put all the cameras back. We can sit down like normal. That's what y'all gonna want to look at. Y'all don't want to be looking at my mug the whole time, right? How you doing, by the way, FP? I don't know if you heard me when I stepped back there. I had the microphone pointing that way. I hope you could hear me. But all right. So find your marker, and that marker is going to be vitally important to your rod building. So make sure you take your time, find it. Mine's right here. Let me slide it to the over so you can see it in the camera. That's my China marker. Don't worry, it's going to come right off. It will not be part of the rod building.
Gia11 says, I heard you perfectly, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Greenwood
about.
says, FP Gia 11 leveled up to 8.
Shit, yeah. FP leveling up over there. All right. So, yeah. So, we found the spline. That's step 2. What was step 1? I don't care what anybody else says. It's knowing why and what you want to build. As you sit down with a bunch of fancy materials and everything, it's not going to come out right regardless. Now, before we begin, I have a disclaimer for everybody. It has been over a year since Swampy has built a fishing pole, and the last fishing pole he built was for cats. So, I'm going to be working to get back in the groove, as well as teaching all that I got about this. So, without further ado, let's get to. So, you need to have a grip. And this is the rod seat. I grabbed the wrong thing because I'm special. Grip. Dun, da, da, da. I prefer cork grips. I just like the feel of them, If you do decide to use cork grips, try to keep them in the bag because they'll collect dust and all of that, because you're going to seal it when we're done. We're going to seal the cork when we're done. So, you got to make sure you do that. Note before we even get to those steps, by the way, guys, it's going to make a mess. It's okay. I keep forgetting my camera's over there. I'm looking at the wrong camera because I'm special. Hi. All right. Let's see. Can I level that camera? That camera's a little crooked. Yeah, there we go. That's good. That's good. All right. So yeah, this is going to be our grip. This is going to be our rod seat. If you notice, it is significantly bigger than the rod itself. That's because it's going to go over, and we're going to hollow out an arbor that's going to slide inside of it. And there is a cheaper way to do it, and I'm going to discuss it. But considering I might be mailing this one to somebody, I'm going to build her up good. I got a polyethylene core that we're going to use. All right. So, now we know that. What's our next step? We've got our grip. We got our spline. What's next? Do you know? Anybody know? Let's see. Here is where...
Gia 11 says, Real.
Real. I do have a reel set aside for this one, so I can take a picture of it later, show what it looks like with the reel. All right, we got to start the reaming process. We got to be able to get our grips and our handle on. So we're gonna have to start that process. And not gonna lie, it's gonna be a little bit long. Nature of how it is. So when you get a blank cork, you got this incredibly thin piece right here, right? And look how small that hole is. There ain't no way that's fitting on the rod. Well, a set of reamers. They do make them drill operated. I do not recommend drill operated reamers for a new builder. It's going to turn into a nightmare on them. And I just realized he's missing one, but that's okay. So you literally go in and you want to try to hold her straight, right? And the reason we're going to do this is because we're going to have to slide it over the rod into position. And so I'm just going to use the top piece, and I'm going to show you how it's done. And then we're going to get the pieces out. I know a lot of people, they clean the blank first, which is totally fine, 100%. But I'm about to slide all of these pieces made out of wood fiber over it, and I'm going to have to clean it again before we even begin wrapping the rod, right? I'm almost tempted to ask my wife to go get the drill. Because as you can see, this can take quite a while. But that's okay. It's okay. So basically, you're going to lightly push her, right? You're going to lightly push it, get the cork through. Because the goal is that we need it a little bit bigger than the blank, but not overly so. So we're going to be running this a few times. And like I said, it's just going to take, ain't no big deal. Like I said, it would go faster with the drill, but your initial reaming of it needs to be straight. Highly recommend do it by hand. I know it's aggravating. It takes a minute. Trust me, it's going to be worth it in the long run. Especially once it seats up all nice, you can line up your winding checks on it. It's going to look a lot better than if you just attack it with a drill. It's kind of like if you take an impact gun and you don't start the threads first, and then you're wondering, why did this happen to me? Well, that's why it happened to you, because you were impatient. I just want to show this real quick. This is the cork butt that we're going to be using. All right. And we're going to be doing a lot of hollowing on this one. This is the part that people don't like to really talk about when they say, oh yeah, I build fishing poles. Because not only does this take the longest, it's the most boring. But it's also one of the most essential parts. So, now that I got it through the reamer, all right, see that? We have to figure out where she's going to go. She's obviously going to go on the back of the rod. But I need to know about how much I need to ream out of this. And as you can see, with this blank, we're going to ream out quite a bit. Haha. There's going to be a bit. So, I'm going to try to keep the sawdust down to a minimum for everybody. So basically, you can go either all the way through or halfway through. Your ultimate goal, though, is you're going to stop when she can slide down the rod. And like I said, I know this can take a minute, but trust me, it'll be worth it. So as you see, the cork turns into a fine powder. Once you get her going, she's going. And we're just going to keep it on going all the way down the reamer. All the way down. Oh, for those of you who are watching, because I see there's a few of you already, if you are a father, happy Father's Day. Alright, so again, go all the way down with it, all the way down, all the way down. So as you can see, at this point, like we're about to move on to the next one, this is where I'd be alright with, yeah, if you want to grab a drill, grab a drill. Low speed, though. Because as you can see, this stuff is a powder. Hold on, can you see? I don't know how well you can see. Hold on. As you can see, it's a powder, right? So it can, you come at this with a big boy freaking drill at maximum speed, you can actually smolder this guy. Don't ask me how I know that one. Don't do it. Alright, so stage 2 reamer, right? Now I'm probably going to have to go up to stage 3 on this blank. But we're going to do what we got to do. And just like before, hey, you ran it through now, you're already cord straight. Always double check. Ain't nobody perfect. Now you can take a drill and just be like, meh. You want to go slow, though. Go slow. Like that. You know, just like that. You want to core it through like that. Give a little back and forth so it can spit out some of the dust. But as you can see, this material is pretty soft. I'm already on ream 2. You know. I know a lot of people like composite grips. I have nothing against that. If you're going to ream a composite grip, wear a mask. That plasticky poly foam dust, you will breathe it in and you will be hacking up. Maybe not immediately, but you will be. You know, wear a little mask or something. Unless you're fancy and you got one of those little drills. It's got like the vacuum built in and shit. I don't have that. So this is how we're going to do it. Ooh, I hope Purdydo gets to catch a show. Kind of grateful he said something, man. I ain't built a rod in a while. I'm really excited. So if you're wondering how I'm keeping my wrist from getting tired, I'm only moving one of my wrist. This one is just grabbing with these 2 fingers as I go back and forth. That way when one wrist gets tired, and you see I'm more coordinated with that one than I am this one, but it's what it is. Everyone's got a hand they're better coordinated with or stronger with. Which is weird because I'm right-handed. You'd think it would be my right hand I'm more coordinated with, but I'm not. Not when it comes to building. Writing and everything else, definitely. But When it comes to actual doing things, it's my left hand for some reason. I don't know. I think my pawpaw might have something to do with that. Y'all can't see it, but I'm covered in sawdust down there. All right. So, as you can see, we made it through ream 2. Now, if you're new, there is nothing wrong with you taking out your blank and running it down to check. There's nothing wrong with that. I encourage it. A lot of people, when they start something, they're nervous about going back and checking themselves. And don't be. Nobody ever started anything as a master, okay? Don't be intimidated. Don't be ashamed. Nobody started as a master. I'll tell you that right now. When they did, well, I'll show you a liar. Especially, I never had anyone to teach you before. I learned how to do the rod building myself. This isn't a skill taught to me by my pawpaw or anything like that. I learned how to do this one on my own. So as you can see, this is the start of a new ream. I'm going slow. I'm watching the winding. I'm trying to make sure she's as level as possible or straight as possible. Straight as possible is a better term. Less level. You know. So as you can see, just going through. You can tell it's been a while I did this. My wrist is getting tired. Okay. We're a little off center. But unless you stare down at it like a boar, you won't notice. Which is okay. So again, we'll keep going through. Now, if you look at the ream versus the rod right here, you can see that by the time I get right here, it looks like it would be ready until you remember that this is for the rod seat and we got to get down here. It is what it is. The funny part is we're not even going to keep this guy on yet because we want to tie everything. We want to mark everything. I know a lot of people are like, oh, you shouldn't need to mark everything. I like to know where my stuff's going. You know what I mean? I like to know where it's going. And you should too. You know, if you're going to build something, build it with care. Build it right. I used to know somebody. Sorry, a lot of dust over here. I used to know somebody that used to do jewelry. And I mean, actually, like he had like a whole table to build, polish, clean, resize, all of it, right? And he told me that caring about your project is on par or equal to. I'm sorry, equal to or more important than the skill you actually have. I asked him what he meant by that because, you know, I was back when, you know, I was just entering high school. I ran over my headphone cables. I didn't know shit from shit, right? So he explained it to me. He's like, I have seen level 1 produce level 4 work out of sheer give a damn. And might I say, that's a beautiful sentence. Alright, so, side note real quick. I forgot to mention earlier, the thicker your reamer gets, the more coarse that sandpaper is going to get. Try not to chunk it out. Go slow. Ain't going to hurt anybody. Ain't going to hurt anybody out there. It's all good. All good. So, stop, check. We're looking pretty close. We're looking pretty close. I estimated a 3. We might need a 4. What do you think Swampy's going to do? He just told you. He's going to check. Despite that, I've built plenty of rods. Most of my own, except for fly rods. I didn't build my own fly rods. That's another beast. Not that I haven't wanted to. They just cost more to build. But always check. And what does it take? You know, just a few seconds to double check yourself? Double check yourself. What's it gonna hurt? Oh no, see, look, that's close. That is close. So this is the point where I'm going to stop stop sanding it out temporarily, right? Because what I want to know is how is everything going to fit. So I'm going to take the rod foot. I'm going to assemble it. I'm going to get my rod grip right here. My rod seat. And I'm going to do this number. And I'm going to find out where I want that puppy to be. You can't see that. Let me move the camera for you. I dropped it. And I don't know where it went. Where'd it go? Right here. My rod butt's going to sit here. My handle's going to sit here, right? These are the sections I need to know. A little marker. A little China pencil. I keep calling it a marker. And I'm going to hold it in position. I'm going to mark all the way around that rod. All the way around. Stop being afraid to mark the rod. Mark the rod. Alright, so I know where this guy's going to end. Now I'm going to back it up some more. We'll put my reel seat in place. Where is it going to end? Approximately right here. These marks don't need to be perfect yet. You'll see what I mean by yet in just a moment. If you have your own craft table, your own building table, you can bolt these guys down in it. I move stuff around all the time, so I don't really bolt them. Alright, so I now have my handle, my seat. Now I need this guy, right? And if you guessed, oh, you're going to mark it, right? Then you guessed correctly, and you get an acorn. Acorn for you. Through. Mark, mark, mark. There. So now I know when I hold it up, I know what gauge I need. And yeah, I was right. 3 wasn't enough. I'm going to need the 4. And it's okay. I'm not going to need all of the 4, though, so I need to be careful. You want it to be snug and a little bit loose, but you don't want it to be, I gotta force it on. No, we have glues for that. We have a cork glue that's going to bond to the rod. You'll see that in a little while. It does not need to be full throttle nonsense, okay? So I'm going to dip this guy out of the rod holder, and I'm looking past it. So I'm thinking I need to get her to about here. And if you're not sure, what do? Take it out of the reamer, slide it down the blank. Not going to hurt anything, is it? No. No, it's not. Going through, building up fishing pole. Slip. You can chalk that one up to experience. Perfect. That's experience, though. And look, let me make a side note, because I was expecting to go a little bit past, so I didn't say this earlier. Let's say you do go a little bit past. It's okay, because by the time you assemble your rod seat and everything, by the time you get your arbor in for your rod seat, oh, no, I'm not done. Look at that. Oh, there it goes. By the time you get your rod seat in, and then your handle butt, all of this is going to be able to be moved, even if it's a little bit. That's why we have these little guys right here called winding checks. I'm going to put one on regardless and show y'all, what to do, how to use them, Boom. It's okay if it goes back a little bit. I would rather in a build that it go back a little bit than get stuck a little forward. Because if you go back a little bit, you'll have a little bit more room for the glue to go through. Perfect. Don't worry about it. It's good. It's lovely. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It's lovely. Perfect. Alright. So, we got that reamed out and fitted in. Can you guess what we got to do now, ladies and gentlemen? So we know that we're going to need the level 4 reamer all the way through. So we already know that. Let's get to work. So I'm going to take this out, by the way, because I'm done with her. I don't want her to get messed up. I'm going to set her to the back. Okay? Don't worry, we're going to be doing a lot with this pole. Alright, so I'm going to pull my level 1 back up. And we're going to get back to work. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm going from the back end to the front end. Just in case you haven't noticed that. The reason I'm doing that is because the reamers get thicker the further you go back. And that's what we want. So you want to match it with how you slide it down the rod, which would be down the blank. And if you're wondering, this is why I use cork a lot. It's a lot easier to ream. It's a lot easier on the hands. I know a lot of people like that composite stuff, and I made a couple of ones with composite handles, but it's just I don't like it. And it's probably a preference thing, to be honest with you. It's probably just a preference thing. You know what I But it's totally fine. I mean, if that's your preference, that's your preference.
Okay.
Hi, sweetie. Oh, you rolling?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Owen's hanging out with Dad today. Hi, Owen. What you doing, Snoopalupicus? Who's my cloud muse? Go ahead and go lay down, okay, buddy? Yeah, you're a little bit busy with me. You can lay down right there. You can lay down in here with me. Go ahead, lay down. Oh, you got yourself another mat. Lay down. Hey. There you go. I don't know why he likes to be behind my seat. I tried to get him over there. He just likes being behind my seat for some reason. I don't know. So just like before, you know how fine that paper is. It's a lot harder to get through. The other ones were just kind of like plowing through it. The reason for that is, you ever seen an ultralight fishing pole? They almost fit. You slip it on, but you gotta sand out just a little bit. That's why this is so fine. And you know, I do a lot of freshwater fishing, so you know, I use the ultra fine stuff a lot. Yeah, if you saw that dust come out, you saw that. So going through. That's wrong, babe. Why don't you just use the other one with more coarse paper? Because it won't fit. That's what she said. Yeah, it won't fit. It won't fit through the cord. Now, side note, one of the things we're gonna do on this rod, marbling later, I am gonna have to clean up all this dust. That's why you keep seeing me do this. I'm trying to keep it down. That's why you see that. Oh, whoops. There we go. That's better. That's cool. Trying to contain the dust. Futilely, you never contain the dust. I know people who build like on the regular, they have like a whole shop vac set up and everything. Obviously, I don't do this on the regular because I haven't built one in a year. Last one was from my wife. Pretty raw too. Black blank, obviously. Silver and pink marbling. Pink and white, pink and silver thread wrapping for the eyes. Cork handle, of course. There we go. Come on. I said a lot of people do this with a drill. Don't recommend it. Besides, the only hard one's the first one anyway. And these handles are so supple. Like that's why it's full of dust when you sand it. Cork's just pressed, you know. Really soft. It's got a real good feel on the hands. But it's soft, you know. And you can tell my wrists are getting tired because I started using other ways to do it. And it's been a while. It has been a while. Alright, so just like y'all saw me do before, pull it back out. You're wondering why I keep doing that. Sandpaper gets clogged. There's too much material in it, and it reduces how much it can actually pull out. So periodically, you know, breathe it out. So eventually it's going to do that, and it's going to go all the way through like it should. And we can move on to the better sandpapers. Well, I say better, grittier sandpapers. Grittier. Not better or worse, just grittier. Coarse? Coarse. That's the word I want to use. Coarse. There we go. What's next, Swampy? Well, you guessed it. Level 2. But again, you're gonna notice the stuff's a lot more coarse on that paper. Gonna breeze right through it a lot faster. I will admit, part of me was tempted to have the handle stuff pre-done, but I'd rather you see what you're getting yourself into before you get into it. You know what I mean? The camera stuttered. I saw the camera stutter. See, we're already through it. See? Now we just poke through it. What are we going to do? Take it out, blow it out. See? Watched it on the last one. Coffee horn. And we're just going on through. Going on through. Going on through. No, I was right the first time. What are you doing, Snoopy Loopy? I see you with your little nub wagon. Nub. Sorry, puppers. Gotta love the puppers. Lots of sawdust. Better. Okay. We started to come off level. That's why I started doing that. I was trying to scrape out a side. Probably should have verbalized that, but yeah, it started to come out of it wasn't
Trolley
straight.
Mother 12 says, "Hi guys.
Buns. There we go. Boom. Just like before, all the way through. You see, I started to come out of straightness a little bit. That's why you saw me earlier. I was wearing away this side right here, so that it could return to straight, as you can see. I think he said that his mama stepped out. That what it is. You miss your mama. Upset mama stepped out. Say nope. All right, all the way back down. Here we go. Like I said, this is the longest part. Well, I guess if Grizzly ever wondered how I got farmer's arms, I think he just figured out how I did it. I'll tell you what, we got quite a bit of sanding to go. Why don't I put some show music on for us while we do that? That way, not everyone's sitting there going do 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 do. That's less fun, right? That's not as fun. I gotta go to the computer. 1 second, sorry everybody. Brought the mouse over here because I thought it would help. Oh, shoot, that's not going to help. Can't freak out for a second, guys. That's on me. It's my bad. There we go. Dream beats. Use it back so we don't punch ourselves in the ear. Yeah. There we go. This little piece right here is what the butt's going to attach to. This goes on first. See how it's flat in the front?
Cats Gaming says, Happy Father Day everyone.
Alright. So if we slowly start putting our pieces together, and I'm going to show you. That's what it's going to start looking like. Now, obviously, this is flimsy and not centered because we don't have the core yet. That's our next step. But this is what we're looking at right there. All right. Now, I will say this last piece for the core, there are 2 ways to do it. All right. This might potentially be sent to somebody, so we're gonna do it the right way. There are 2 ways to do it. Let's say you're building this for yourself. Do you want to hollow out a polyethylene arbor? No. You can make a tape arbor. You sit there, fill it with tape just so it sits there on both ends. Like you would tape up on the blank to fill here and here, and you can fill the rest of it with resin. It's a lot of resin, but it is a lot faster. We're gonna do it the right way though. I'm gonna get the polyethylene out. I think it fell down earlier. Oh, it did. It's down here. 1 second. Ow. That was my desk. Hi, Odin. I'm okay, buddy. It's okay. Okay. You want a pet? Come here. Aww, he's a cloud moose. Alright. Let me dial this back because this part's very important. Oh, there's my mouse. I found it. Alright, see this piece right here? There's a polyethylene arbor. And you see it's kind of foaming. It's going to go everywhere. Nothing you can do about it. If you're building this for yourself or as a fun little side project, you can very easily, like I said, use a tape arbor where you tape up where the seat's going to go. Slide the seat in, use your pro paste or resin to fill it. This might be sent to somebody later, so I'm going to do it with an arbor. And for the record, if you're worried about the integrity of a tape arbor, the rod I built for myself is still in use with the tape arbor. Just so you know. But as you can see, this stuff is very foamy. I'm not going to spin real fast because I want you to see exactly how easy this guy can sand out. You know, take your time doing it right. As you can see, it goes pretty easily. See? Leaves a lot of powder though. See that powder? This is one of those you want to clean your sandpaper after because it will sit in there in between the granulates and everything, and it will get stuck. Well, I guess stuck's the wrong word. It'll fill them. Then your sandpaper's useless. Your sandpaper's not supposed to be smooth. Isn't that right, Odin? Hi. Anyways. See how easy that stuff, the polyethylene fans. I think we scared the cloud moose. So once you make sure both sides are straight, you know, you want to take a look through it. Level 2, let's go. Getting her done, getting her done right. Boom. Give that a check. You see how much finer this stuff sands. I'm going to give it a preemptive check before I continue. I know it's probably going to need another level or 2, but I want to check her out just in case. Yeah, see? Another level or 2. Probably another level and a half, to be honest. So basically that means I'm going to go halfway through the level 4 reamer, but not all the way through. Now, I see this stuff's going to sand very thin, so I'm going to be careful as of this step because you can crack it until it gets filled with the resin and everything. Stuff's actually kind of brittle. Once it gets filled with the resin, though, it like fills up the cells and then it's really strong, but right now it's still really brittle. So you see I'm being real careful with that. I'm even spinning it by hand against the sandpaper. And then going back, going through, as you can see here. This stuff can be quite brittle. Some light back and forth just to keep it hollow and even, as you can see right here. Look at that. Look at that. It's pretty. And again, rod check. Like I said, this stuff's going to get real thin, so we want to check it periodically. We don't want it cracking, breaking, nothing like that. Ooh, so close. Hold on, you can't see. So close. See the markers on there? We're close. But as you can see, this puppy's thin. So we're going to be careful as we go on to, like we said, probably needing the level, about half of the level 4. By the way, they're not actually called levels. That's just what I call them. As you see, I'm going very carefully with it. This is that thing that, this is kind of the stuff like Purdy mentioned in the last stream about rod building, where mistakes can be expensive. This is a $10 arbor. And while, yeah, sure, that's not expensive, adds up. So I'm having trouble with the level 4. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back down to the level 3, and I'm going to run it through. Let's see where we're stopping. Okay, we're stopping at the end right here. So it's very gently, sand it all out, right? And just in case you wonder, you see I'm not putting any pressure on. I'm literally just kind of holding it there. Using the rod to do the work rather than the polyethylene itself. Unlike where, you know, when we had the cork, we kind of was able to run it through pretty well. You're just spinning it. Keeping all the giggles to yourself over there. Very light taps, by the way. Very light taps. Ooh, we are almost there. But we are so almost there. I know we're doing all this, we haven't even got to the fun part of actually thread wrapping the rod and everything. But these components that I know are not fun are going to ensure your success. Now you see I'm going super slow on this because I'll show you real quick. See how thin that wall is now? I said it's going to be really strong once the resin seeps into it. The glue and everything seeps into it. It's going to be real strong after that, but not before. It's got to seep into the cells and everything. They're like this is like a foam cell. I don't know how well my camera's going to zoom on it. Okay, not very, but it's full of cells. You want to be really careful with that. Now you see, again, barely gripping, just wiggling lightly. I'm also kind of pulling back on the reamer a little bit too because it'll screw itself in there. Because you know, I'm also pulling back on it a little. Again, real careful, like not being in a hurry, just kind of sanding it out. I mean, I'm going to grab a smaller one just to kind of whee! That puppy is so close. So close. That's what I get for having the responsibility to make sure things get done right. So, as you notice, I've went some sanding by hand rather than taping it out with the reamer. The reason is how thin that stuff gets. Whee!
J.R. Disciple Gaming says, we should pick a whole month for mothers and fathers, instead of 1 day per year.
I agree. I would not oppose that. Alright, so as y'all can see, we have seeded the arbor. So now that our arbor's been seeded, this is where our rod seat's gonna go. Real seat, sorry. I'm going to very carefully back it off. Alright, so I'm gonna take these reamers, I'm gonna get them out of the way now. Because they're full of dust and sand. Their job. They did their job. Alright, so a lot of people say, before you start anything on the rod, wipe it down. I agree. Here's some rules though. Nothing heavy chemical base. And I would avoid anything flammable. I know that follows rule 1 of heavy chemical base, but like for instance, you get away if it's like one of those little Clorox sanitizing wipes, you get away with that as long as you let it drop. But nothing flammable. We're gonna see why at the end of the rod build. So I know it's Father's Day, so I assume that Purdy is busy. I was going to ask him what colors he wanted, but if you look down in my spool right here, I have loaded black and silver. You can't see that because I am a butt. Black and silver. And the reason is I have black and silver marbling, so we're going to line up the rods so that it all matches. So one of the first things we got to do is make sure we have guides. I got these wonderful little guides right here. This is for medium and ultralight fish, light and ultralight fishing. And then it's Sacalait. So that's what I grabbed. Okay, pretty. Alright. So first thing we gotta do, breaking the China pin back out. Y'all see this little tape measure. What this tape measure is actually here for is to help me set the guides. So I'm gonna layer out like this. I'm gonna butter up against the 0. Alright, so we're looking at linear. We're obviously going to have a tip right here. And this is where you need to admit when you haven't done something in a while. My notes do not contain my spacing. I'm kind of upset about it. Apparently I used to eyeball that, but we're going to make sure we do it right for in case we end up selling this one. I need to Alright. So, I was right. I should have listened to myself, but I didn't. All right. So from where the butt is, we're gonna mark the 26-inch mark. These gonna be roughs. They're not gonna be exacts. Okay. All right. So now from the top guide, we're gonna go. We go 3 inches. Okay. Mark at my next 3 inch. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna wipe that away. Mostly because I just realized I forgot how tall this rod was. Six foot. This is a 6-foot spinning rod. I forgot how long it was. All right, let's do this. Pencil. That's a 5-foot rod. Six and 3/4. 10 and 7/8. 15 and 3/4.
Guts and Blood says.
Yo, what's up,
Just
Guts?
know, now that I'm watching. At some point that rod will hook you, tongue sticking out.
Let me wipe these away. I messed up a little bit. What the hell? Well, we'll worry about that in a little bit. Okay. I messed up along the way, so we're just gonna wipe it away. Go again. Why? Because we ain't perfect. Alright. Oh, that's why this is throwing me off. Got it. Okay. I was right the first time. Stupid. I accidentally pulled up a bait caster chart. I knew I was right. I should listen to myself more often. Ten and a half. 15 and 1/8. But I highlighted you right there so I wouldn't lose track of you this time. Please stop unhighlighting. 20.5 inches. 26 and 5/8. $33 and 5/8. $41 and 3/4. Alright, so I'm going to take this opportunity. I'm going to go ahead and mark all the way around the rod on all of them. So I'm just going to slide the rod back, start marking the blank. I said everywhere I want a guide, I'm going to mark it all the way around. Because when you first start doing this, you might not see where you put your spline marker. So to assume that you're going to line them up off of that alone is honestly just silliness. But don't, just mark it. We're going to take it all off with the thread later anyway. Just mark it. Alright, there we go. Rod blank has now been marked for guides. Which is the fun part, because that means we get to start tying soon. We start laying our threads. So we found our spline, made our grip. We laid out our guides. We made sure we had our winding checks. We checked our seating. Now it's the fun part, adding the guides. And this is the biggest question. If you've never built a rod before, this is probably going to be the biggest question you got. And that is, Chomping, how the hell do you line up the guide? This is where I want the guide to be. That is how you line it up. You want the guide to sit where the mark is. Not the foot, the guide. I know that can be quite confusing. So, now that we're ready to start marking our guides, we want to find our spline mark. And if you think you accidentally rubbed it away somewhere, no problem. Respline the rod. I didn't. Mine's right here. So this is where you're going to get the pen masking. This isn't exactly pinstripe masking tape, but it's really close. Really, really close. And you see I had this for a while because the Odin's hair is all over it. That's what I'm talking about, you. Alright, so we're just going to take a itty bitty piece. Because we're just going to put the foot on, right? That's all we're doing. Putting the foot on. So this is where you want to start making yourself comfortable. You're going to be here a while. Because what you want to do is you want to line it to the spline as close as possible. Because we're going to pick it up and double check it anyway. So you want to try to line it up as closely with the spline as is possible for you to pull off. And you're just going to stick her there. And don't worry about the tape. The tape's going to come off later. But this is just to set up and define your guides. I'm looking at my spline marker. I'm looking down the socket. I realize I'm a little bit off. I'm going to scoot it over. This is why you tape before you tie. Alright, so I need to pick her up and I need to slide her over some. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Nobody made us the Lord, you know, we're not the Lord Jesus Christ. We ain't perfect. Make a mistake. Hey, just fix the mistake. No big deal. So I'm looking at it and I'm having trouble lining it up, right? So I'm going to pick the tape up instead of the guide. I'm going to slide the guide over. There now. There we go. There's my spline marker. I'm gonna set that thing by hand manually if I have to. Bam and bam. And now I'm lined up. I'm ready to set the. I'm ready to line them up now. You should always make sure your first one is spaced correctly. Okay? Because if not, your eye's going to start to wander when you look down and you want to think it's straight, but then you're not lined up with the spline. Lining up with the spline is probably one of the most important steps you can set for yourself. So now you just slide her back.
Says, and we ain't gods, little g, either.
Exactly. Alright. So now this is where you need to start paying attention to your guides, right? Because you're like, oh man, that's a big guide, Swampy. That must be pretty easy till you realize the next one's this big. And our last one is this big. That's 2 of them. Oh, why are we stuttering? Okay, I guess it just called a short stutter. Now this one's going to be pretty easy to line up because it intersected with my spline mark. Oh, I was wondering where my tape went. Alright, so if you see your rod doing this, that's natural. When you get yourself a set of rod stands, or if you're married, grab a ponytail. It'll come with them. Grab a ponytail and lock that puppy down. You don't want it tight because you don't want it to deform the rod or anything like that. You just want it to hold it in place for you. Nope, find the edge of my tape again. Boop. Just like before, I'm going to set the tape on the foot. Get the tape off of my hand. Realize I put it on the wrong side of the foot. And put it back on. Alright. I said, luckily with this one right here, my spline marker's right here. I'm literally going to put it on the spline. Boom, baby. And what do? Oh, just keep sliding her down. You want to work in the state and the zone that you're comfortable with. I'm going to find my next biggest guide real quick. And I have a little pick for this. Because usually what happens when you buy guides, you have 3 of them of different sizes and then all the rest are the same size. So you just got to make sure you find the 3. And again, pick it up, check it out. Well, let's be honest, you're building a fishing pole, right? Probably sitting there by yourself doing it. Who the hell's going to judge you for double checking? Who? Nobody, that's it. You, maybe. I judge myself a lot. But ain't nobody else there to judge you. You know, they were. Straight down. What do they know? Alright, so what I'm going to do is, just in case, I'm going to verify that these last ones are all identical and the same size. Sometimes you get a weird pack. But no, it looks like our pack came in clean, so these are all the same size now. So we're good to go. I said, don't worry about any tape marks or anything on there like that, because the tape's going to come off when we get ready to tie. This is just lining everything up for us. And before it knocks my coffee and stuff over, I'm going to move that out of the way. Okay. So as you see, the closer you get to the tip, by the way, I don't know if you can tell because it's just a blank right now. The closer you get to that end, the more unstable it's going to become. I'll be honest with you, what this step is mostly about is basically a supply check. You know, it gives you a visual idea of what you want to be able to do with the rod after the fact. So, you know, a lot of this step is a visual supply check. Because we're going to take the tape off and everything. It's not going to be tape underneath those wraps. That is not how we're doing this. As you see, the smaller these guides get, the harder they get to work with my big hammy Irish hands. Oh, and we have a problem. We've offset an eyelet. No problem. Let's reset that. Again, are we perfect? No. If we strive for better, we absolutely can. So we're having trouble setting this one right here. What we're going to do is we're just going to pick it up, look down the barrel there. I'm going to set it where I want it. Tape be damned. And the tape's just going to have to get over it. And of course, eyeball your chute. Eyeball your chute after each one of them. So when one starts going off, you're going to start making mistakes of mistakes. And that's when this gets, you. But we're looking good. I got one eye over here that's a little bit off, but we'll be able to fix that. And I'm pretty sure I heard a dirty bird sign in too. I'm waiting for him to respond.
Hello.
Oh no, it's a wildcat. It was live on my fishing show, as he should know. No.
I'm just on my way. I'm just on my way home from Sunday school.
Okay, that's cool. Well, you're live on the tackle box right now.
Alrighty then. Well, I'll bug you later.
All right, buddy. All right. There's another thing you can do once they get small. See, I ran the little pick through it. I'm just going to line her up. And then remember the guide goes on the marker, not the footer, and boom. Like I said, don't be afraid to double check yourself. I'm restricting. So yeah, look, we got this guy that's a little off right here, but nothing's been threaded down. We can adjust it. So, that's why you keep checking. You know, how many times do I have to say it? Ain't no one here perfect. Beautiful thing. Doo-doo-doo. All right. Okay. So we have 2 more to place. Well, we have 1 more to tape. The last one's going to be done separate. Because before we move on to tying in that taping and tying in that first one, we need to verify the alignment of all of them, and they're not perfectly aligned yet. Now, you're gonna have to see me take my headphones off to do that properly, so just know I won't be able to hear you for a little bit, but that's okay. All right. So we're going to take a little hair tie thingy off. Like I said, I'm remove my headphones for a minute while we inspect. And for freehand guiding, we did really good. We did really, really good. We got this guy right here who's a little bit off to the side. I can adjust by hand, thankfully. Boom. This one right here is off. Again, just to the side a little bit. It looks like I just set 2 of them a little too far to the left. And boom, guys. That is damn near a perfect set on the first go. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we are awesome. Oh yeah, she looks real good. A little bit of nudging is going to have to be done. It's tape. But I think overall we did a fantastic job. Oh yeah, that looks really good. I'm proud of us. Alright, so last but not least is going to be the tip guide. Hey, look, I can hear y'all again. And that's why you kind of want to nudge them around while you're working. That way you're not making mistakes. Because you can very easily, and very, very easily, have to go through and reset all the guides. Which is honestly just part of it. It's not a huge deal. It's just something that happens periodically. Nothing to get stressed or angry about, but it does happen. Alright, so what y'all just saw me doing that I didn't verbalize was I was checking to see if this blank was hollow. The tip of this blank is not hollow. In the slightest. So what do we do about that? Well, we'll just have to tie it on. Usually you can stick your tip in and glue it down. But I'm going to show you something else we can do. If I have one. So your guide tips tend to have a tube on them. And if my guide tip in here has a tube on it, we'll fast one in. Oh, look at that. It's not quite. Perfect. Hold on, I think I got one. Make sure it fits. So when you have a box of tips like I do, you want to make sure it's going to fit in the rod. Sometimes they don't. And this one doesn't. So we will be tying in a tip here. An eyelet tip. Which is no problem, because I got the last guide right here. So let's set this to the side. I'm not going to need this. Okay. All of our guides are in. That tip's gonna have to be dressed better. I don't like that. We're gonna dress the tip though. I have an idea. I would much rather a proper tip. So we're gonna take that eyelet off. And we're gonna do a thing. Alright, make sure none of my guides were in there. I will always get the proper part in there, whether you like it or not, real. Perfect set. Ding! So, because I know y'all couldn't see, what I did was, this is a fiberglass blank. So I heated the very end of the tip to make it malleable, and then slipped the tip glue in, and I yoinked her in. We're going to tie it in. We're going to tie it in and everything. I just wanted y'all to see what I did. Alright. Our rod guides are set. So what do we do now? See if anybody knows the answer real quick. Alright, here we go. The answer is we get to start thread wrapping. This is the part I like. When we get to start thread wrapping everything. So, as we said, this is going to be the most important stuff that we're going to do. Alright? This is the stuff that needs to be done right. This is where mistakes get costly. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Right here. So, while holding the tag in, I'm going to take it out of the holder right here. I don't need it in the holder. I need it to be able to spin freely for me. I'm going to have to take it off. This is why you want all the other guides lined up first. Because you have to, obviously, line it back up. See how I backed the tape off right there? Why are you not wrapping? Oh, you're sliding on the blank. I'm like, why are you not wrapping? I don't know. Alright, get my tool tray out. I'm going to start setting the thread. Nice, lined up, closed loop. The closed loop part is less important right here because we're about to set it. You see, the problem that we're running into is that it's sliding on the guide. But once you pull that tag right there, see, it starts to try to retract the thread itself. That's what we're looking for. So you let go and it does that and it frustrates you. Is my thing set too tight? Hold on, my wrapper might be set too tight. Oh, that is entirely too tight, yeah. Come on, baby, grab. Why is it doing that? Shouldn't still be that tight. I just loosened the bar up. Oh, you know what it's doing? It's pushing against the spring. I see, okay. Let's put that out. Alright. So we're gonna fix our spool real quick. Yoink. Grab, baby. And there we go. Got it. Alright, now we're going to take the tape off. So basically what we're doing this, we're using this to edge the line in. We want to line our thread in there. And now that I know it's good and cinched, nip it, set, and start wrapping. That little burr, don't worry, that little burr's coming out. As you see, I don't use an auto wrapper, I wrap by hand. I don't personally have anything against auto wrappers. It's just how I do it. If you want to get an auto wrapper, make sure you're really good at using your thread tap, alright? And there we go. Boop, boop. See how this guy's getting kind of tight? Sometimes that spool doesn't want to spin all the way, so just you can just loosen it up by hand. See, I'm just tugging on the line. That's all I'm doing. Tugging on the line, taking some of the tension out of the spool. That's all I'm doing. Now, this is where your guide's going to rest on, because I don't want the feet digging into the rod blank. You know, I'm gonna make sure she's good and tight without overlapping on itself. This will go a lot faster on the other guides. That, you know, that first guide you set, it's bigger because, you know, you gotta run your line through it. It sets the guide, you know, and it sets the other guide, so it can take a little bit longer. But that's okay. Once you get a good pace going, you'll see how it goes. So now I'm going to take this on the thread tensioner, wrap it right here, so that it stays in line for me. Now that we got everything set the way I want it, I want it to stay in line for me. This way I can go like this number right here. And then once it gets tight enough, the spool will spin on its own. Unless it wants to be a pain in the butt like it is right now for some reason. Why are you doing this to me? And this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to rock it. Now you see I'm going to stop for a second. That is because I'm going to set my loop. Now I see the loop I need to be able to see clearly and easily from the other thread because it's not going to stay there. What the loop's going to be for is for us to center our line down when we're done so that it can epoxy and set evenly. I typically do this with an opposing color, which would normally be white, but I have this green right here I ain't used in forever, and it's not really good for rod tying, so I'm going to use it. So what you're going to see me do is I'm going to hold it here. Actually, I'm going to go underneath. I'm going to put the loop in right there. Okay, hold up. Why are you sticking like that? Did I do what I think I did? I did exactly what I think I did. I'm going to back up a little bit. I set my loop backwards. How silly of me. Now that's what you would call a funny rookie mistake right there. Setting your loop backwards. Alright. So we're going to take this guy. Reconsert our thread right here. Alright, there we go. So as you can see, you know, we're just doing a base thread wrap. Nothing serious, not hard. It's just a base thread wrap. You know, just nice, tight, evenly spaced. And see, look, I got a little bit of a gap forming right here. Gonna nudge it in. And we're going to stop right there. The reason we're going to stop is I'm going to bring the level, the rod blank back up the top. And we're going to check our guide positioning right here. Because I want to make sure Alright, so I want to go about halfway to that loop. Oh, see, look, I got a little bit of a gap right here. And hold right here. I'm checking that tag in, make sure it's good and tight. Okay, we're ready for the next step. This is going to make a funny spool noise. Now I'm going to run the tag in through the green loop. As soon as it wants to go through the green loop. Now, what did we notice? Some of our thread decided to try to undo itself. Kick it out, push it back in, and check for gaps. So before I even try to tighten, I'm going to look for any gappage that was created. Now I'm going to bump it over, just like that. Now, to set our line, it's going to be a little bit difficult. I haven't done it in a while. Tuck it in. Boom. Pull the rest of your tag out. And set her up. So this is going to make our thread, our bed for our guide here. Now you're probably wondering, well, Swampy, what about that over there? I'm actually going to pull it back. And then we're going to nip it. You'll see why I'm only nipping this in just a moment. Nice and gentle nipping. There we go. So now we have the bed, right? Well, we still have this whole issue of actually putting the guide on. Take that off. So I'm going to unload the black thread out, because we're not going to use that here. We're going to break out our silver thread. Well, okay, so truthfully speaking, I'm going to get the silver thread ready. Alright, there we go. I got spool room. Alright, there we go. So, up. Set guide. So what we want to make sure is that the whole foot can be cleared. See that right there? We'll make sure that whole foot is clear. And in this case it is. I'm going to rip this piece of tape in half, if it'll let me. It's not letting me because it wants to be a pain in my butt. So now we're just going to stick her back on. It's just a bunch of little steps, that's all. See? Just a bunch of little steps. Or I'm just going to get a fresh piece of tape. Alright, so with taping this one, I need the footer exposed. So make sure your foot, that little end piece right there, is exposed. Alright. I'm going to load the silver string now. Now this is a metallic thread because it's pretty. So I'm not going to load it into the bottom hook like you saw me do with the black line before. Only real reason it will try to unthread itself. Because it's mean like that, yeah. We're going to start further back. This is going to be a short wrap, okay? I ID'd my mistake. Can y'all see? Do y'all see the mistake I made in that? Anybody else see it? I accidentally counter wrapped myself. Alright, so now that we got the wrap going, we'll butt everything up. So all I'm doing right now is I'm making sure all of my thread is nice and butted. I want it nice and together. Alright. Got a little bit of a separation. Oh yeah, look at it. Look at it. So what I'm doing here is I'm building up a little bit of a transition head so that the thread can evenly jump up onto the black thread. Like that. Alright, we're gonna let it unwind a little bit here. I just see a mistake was made. We're gonna fix that mistake right now. We're not gonna let that mistake continue. There it is, got it. Fixed it. Alright, so the thread's going to look a little bit sparse for a second. That's so we can lock the foot down. And we're going to go back to our lineup. one of the last things you want on a on there is a bad lockdown, you know. Joe Swamp is going to take his old 34-year-old ass here. Now he's going to start lining it up. We have a little bit of a problem. Nothing major, though. Honestly, we could leave it alone, but I'm not going to. Having a hard time seating up on the foot, which is a common issue. As you can see, this isn't a costly type of mistake. This is just it trying to roll up on something that it's kind of there for. So all we can really do is help guide it. Alright, we do have it set. I'm going to put it in the thread guider now. Go. So as you see, it's going to keep stacking itself right there, which is fine. No reason to panic, no reason to freak out. Alright, so now we have established that upper thread base. Just like before, you know, we're going to push it a little bit, line her up, make it look good. If you're going to put this kind of time and effort into something, you want it to look good, you know what I mean? Okay. So we're going to let the thread wrapper run up now. See, I'm using the pick because I'm trying to not dislodge the eye. Because I want it to stay exactly where it is. So what you do is you run a quick bind over it. And then pull her back. So all of that to build up a head's done now. And she's ready to start. The metallic thread doesn't like running through the setter. So if you are doing metallic thread like I'm doing here, take your time. Let her set herself, because it's, you saw how we had to go over to set the guide in place so it couldn't move anymore. Well, it's going to try to jump every time it touches that until you get past it. Don't be afraid. Look at it. You know, use both sides of your tools, the pick side and the rub side. That's why we have tools. Oh yeah, there it goes. Look at that. That's what happens when you set yourself up right. Everything starts to cooperate because you took the time to do it right the first time. Now, in all honesty, could I probably attempt to speed wrap this? Yeah. Am I going to? No. Why? We worked all of this hard to make sure she was set right to begin with. So that's not something we want to damage or mess up in any way. Hmm? Wait, hold on. Yep, see, we accidentally jumped a little bit right there. No biggie, we just set her back. Keep her going, just like that. There we go. Yeah. So, I know you can't see the other side of this rod, but since this is the side I see, what I'm doing is I'm closing any gaps. Because I want them closed for our final wrap. On this guide. I'm sure some of you are asking already, what are you going to do with that little bit of black underwrap you're sticking out? You, my friend, I say, are a very well observant person. There we go. Oh, see what? It tried to backtrack itself a little bit. Boom, there we go. Problem solved. This guy's gonna come out looking real good. You can feel it. Alright, so I'm sure some of you noticed it looks like some minor gappage right here. Don't worry about it. We'll see in just a moment. Y'all see the problem we're running into here? Catching the guide, right? There we go. Wait, can y'all see down there? Ran it through this setup right here. And this is the part you want to pay attention to when you're beginning that final wrap. See, this is where, remember, we had to jump it a little bit to get it to build up that head, right? This is the part you don't want to rush. Now I'm going to put down my tool and start doing it by hand. This is the part, like I said, you don't want it jumping now. It's already set. There's no reason for it to jump. But you got to remember, we got to go over all of that we did to get it to set in the first place. You want to keep really close attention where your line actually is versus the cover of everything around it. Because remember, this is a metallic thread. It's a very showy thread. As you see, I'll even take my hand and help guide it in there. There we go. Alright, perfect. I just realized my hat's covering everything, guys. I'm sorry. I'm like laser focused. I'm so sorry. I left teaching mode for a moment. I'm so sorry. Alright, so now that we got that set, what we're going to do is I'm going to push the little table back, and we're going to wind her all the way back to the back now. You know, if it would cooperate with me, but my table is, my tying table is old. Sorry, guys. And that looks good. Right there. So I'm just going to help guide her back up. That's all I'm going to do right here. I'm just going to help guide her back up. Make sure it's not jumping too much. There it is. Thought I nipped it the first time, but I wasn't paying attention. Alright, here we go. Final spin on the first guide. The others are going to go a lot faster. They are a lot smaller. So this is where I want to start closing up that header right there. Here we go, here we go, here we go, go, go. There we go. Yoink. Like I said, we had to make it jump so we could get it on the footer. I keep calling it a header, sorry. It is a footer. Sorry, guys. There we go. Beautiful. Alright. There we go. Alright. Pick time. Doo-doo. There we go. Alright, yeah, nailing that one took me just a second, but we got it. There we go. You're gonna want to go all the way up the head. But, you know what I meant? Damn it. Alright, there we go. Actually, no, we're going to back it off. There we go. Sometimes you gotta tell yourself no when to reset something. Boom, boom, baby. Take my little pick. And there you go. Now, who wants to take a gander at what we gotta do now? Anybody? If you said, well, Swampy, we gotta make a loop, you would be correct. You have won the award that you didn't know there was a test for. Okay. Swampy lost his lighter. No, he didn't. Alright, here we go. Alright, so just like last time. So the direction you want your loop, by the way, is the direction you're going to be wrapping in. Forgot to mention that earlier. That is 100% my bad, guys. I guess you could say I'm still learning to teach these things at the same time, so. And there we go. Okay. And basically, all we're really doing while that loop is in there, we're just going to secure the footer a little bit. That's all we're going to do. That is all we're doing right here. Just going to secure that footer a little bit. Alright, there we go. So just like before, run it through the loop, cinch, best you can, and pull. Now you notice last time it cut itself off inside the wrap, which is fine. They don't sometimes. Rip it off. This is a metallic coated thread, so we gotta nip it a little bit more. Boom. Ladies and gentlemen, we got our first guide on. I am going to take a moment to kind of clean up some of it, but that's just me being picky. Da, 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 da. Alright. Before we proceed any further, I'm going to assemble the rod seat and the handle. Because I will forget later, and we'll have this whole thing tied up and everything, and be like, oh crap, now I gotta bring it back down. No, we're gonna do it now before I forget. Alright, so I'm gonna take my winding check. I'm gonna make sure that it fits. It does. So I'm gonna take my winding check and my winding check in there. I'm gonna take it out of the holder so that I can physically manipulate this guy. Remember that polyfoam is going to be real delicate, so we're going to like thread her on real slow. This is just a fitting. Make sure everything fits before we continue. And I gotta say, it's fitting remarkably well. Kind of proud of it, to be honest. Alright. I know the cork fits, I know the grip fits. What do we gotta do? I need this. Sorry guys, she knows I'm live. She knows it. I gotta reconnect the camera. Sorry, guys. And if you're married, you know how it is. Can't ignore the wife. Unable to connect. Connected. There we go, we're back. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah, test fitting. So before we continue, I will point out that I made the mistake of continuing the rod. I should have stopped. I should have stopped for the reason of this. Right here. So, now that we know everything fits, I'm going to slide it out very gently. about to glue her in. Yep, check out. So I'm just slipping in the winding check. Slip her up, and we're gonna get the glue out, and we're gonna get our rod assembled. We gotta get the handle assembled real quick. Is what the issue is. Boom, handle assembled. All right. Now my winding check's in. We're gonna get our little glue out. We're gonna get our brushes out and everything. We almost lost an eye, but I got it. All right, there we go. So I'm gonna set her back in the seat. Bring it all the way over here. I'm gonna put this guy over here too real quick so that, you know, we can keep it level. Y'all can see what I'm working on. All right. I'm not sponsored by anybody, so I'm not gonna say brand names and stuff like that. But whatever adhesive you get, make sure it's a trusted brand. You get a little cup, a little stir kit. And make sure you, unless you're like good at that kind of stuff, it's okay to get the simple one where it's a 1-to-1 mix. It's okay. So, in the situation of the brand I got, red is the hardener, blue is the glue. I'm gonna take it. Good healthy glob in there. I say glob, you'll get an instinctive feel on how much you need because you obviously don't want to like super over measure it, right? But I buy these little sticks right here, little mixing sticks. Try to use one for glue, one for hardener. Okay. And don't get like the expensive stuff because you're gonna throw these sticks out right after we're done hardening this glue up. Just ain't worth it. Okay. Alright, let's see. Let's set this so you can see what I'm doing here. So I'm going to get as much of the hardener off the stick as I can. In there. And then I'm going to take it and I'm going to mix it in this little cup. So the ratio for the one I use is a 1-to-1 ratio, right? Now, is this going to make a little bit mess on the rod? Yes. But I have what we're going to use to dissolve it, so don't worry. You're just going to mix it around for a little bit, real good, like two-part epoxy. Like two-part epoxy is how you're going to mix this up. And you're going to take it, bam, like that. And spread it. And you can spread it along the whole bottom because, you know, we're going to use the whole bottom. Take it, spread it. Once you get that mix good like this, by the way, you got approximately 15 minutes. So spread it good, spread it out. You do want it all the way through because there's a reason this is a two-part. This is an epoxy resin hardener blend. You know, this isn't just like, oh, store-bought glue. No, this is good stuff right here. Like I said, you're gonna have about 15 minutes to assemble the whole back end. As you see, I'm spinning the little stick around and I'm spinning the rod around at the same time. I'll pop it out the holder real quick so I can do that number. Set this down. Alright, so what's the first thing I need? I need that first half of the corking. Take that puppy. I'm gonna run her in there. I'm gonna spin it as I go. Put some in the back right there. Rock and roll. Now this is gonna push a lot of the glue out. Don't be afraid of that. It's okay. Because here's what I'm gonna do. You see how it's lubing it up on the inside? I don't know how well you can see the glisten on there, but it is spreading around. I'm gonna take that other build up that's got going right there, pop it back on the back. Boom, now I got it right there to where I put that mark, right? You remember that mark? I'm gonna plug in my winding check. And boom, 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 baby. Now we cooking. And I am covered in sawdust. Alright, so I'm going to take it. Same thing. Spread it back around. I'd say you're going to have approximately 15 minutes until this stuff starts to really harden up. So this is like the one part that you're going to have to really be moving with, okay? Alright. Alright, so take a... You want to take a guess what's next while I grab it because I didn't see where it slid off to? Alright, so this is where it's going to start filling the cells in that foam. Let me move this real quick so you can see. But you're going to see that foam start to become translucent. It's soaking it up, which is what we want. We want it to soak it up. See it starting to come through the pores? That's what you want. I'm going to stop it right here. I'm going to grab our stick. I'm going to start rubbing it on the cells. On that nice little poly foam right there. Is this going to make a little bit of a mess? Is Swampy going to have to stop and wash his hands after this? Yes. Doing this right though is going to set you up beautifully for a really good rod. Don't be afraid of it. Unless your material says to be afraid of it, I guess. And bada bing, bada boom. Again, take this, rub, 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 rub. Also, make sure you get some at the end of that cork right there. Boom, boom. I'm gonna line up my my handle to go with that right there, and spin her on, just like before, spinning it on. Take that extra bit, throw it on the back, just like before. Now I'm gonna make sure this lines up with my first guide I bucked down. Now you probably understand why I bucked down that first one first, so I could do this part right here. All right, so now that that's been bucked down, I'm gonna put it back in the holder. Yeah, I just got the end touching it. You know, I don't want the glue in my rod holder. Just silliness. Made that mistake actually before. All right. Ta-da. Last piece, second to last piece. We go up on there. I need to spread that first. So when it globs, just kind of pushed it, spread it out. You can already feel that stuff starting to harden. So I was saying, you got approximately 15 minutes before that puppy rocks up on you. Rotate till you're satisfied. I dropped the cup, so I'm going to grab the cup real quick. Alright. Now, I'm going to try to take out as much as I can, and I'm going to put it in the butt cap. If you forgot what the butt cap was from earlier, it's this piece. Now, you see, I'm trying to keep as much inside the butt cap and not on the outside as possible. Because what this is going to do, this is going to plug up that cork, and it's going to plug up the end of that blank. Which is exactly what we're going for. But as you can imagine, like everything else we're doing, it can make a mess and it can go wrong. So I'm gonna pop that puppy in there just like this. Ladies and gentlemen, you've set your first rod handle. That being said, I'm gonna go throw up my slider, go wash this resin off my hands because it's not hard yet, and I'll be right back. Y'all enjoy the music. And we're back. All right. So, you know, that's the only part you should ever really have to air quotes rush on, is setting that up. So as you can see, you know, it's still as you can see, it's still kind of expanding a little bit, which is fine, normal, and natural. I say you can really use anything you want, wipe it up. Unless your specific product says otherwise. You use basically whatever you want, wipe it down. Just like that. I don't mind it being on my fingertips. It was when it spread all over my hand earlier from that arbor from the arbor that I really wanted to go take care of. Alright, so now that I got it adjusted and pressed, I'm going to make sure that the reel seat is going to line up with that first guide that we set. And once I do that, I ain't going to touch it anymore. It's done. Don't touch it. Don't keep playing with it. Once it's lined up, let it sit, let it rest. It's all good. Boom. All good. It's done. Let it go. Let it sit. Let it rest. Let it breathe. Now you see we got our first one tied up. Good to go. I'm gonna sip some coffee real quick. How's everybody doing, by the way? All right. All right. Now, the rest of the tying is going to go a lot faster because we don't have to do, you know, all the other bits and pieces. But you see, we did this one with a chunk of silver first for a reason, which I will reveal later. So now we're going to do silver on the bottom and black on the top. I'm thinking. Oh, see how that weight is picking it up? Get the thing back out, set it in there. See, it didn't hurt anybody to set it back in there, did it? Nope. See, boom. Now I have a nice balanced surface to work with. Alright. So what I'm gonna do is, like I said, I was thinking earlier, I'm gonna lay down that black band, and then we're gonna do the silver. There we go. Come on. Get in there. Alright. So, we can use our marker. We can see where it was. Lay it down for an estimate if you need to. No biggie. I know I want to start over here with my wrap. Not entirely sure that one's ready to snip, but we're about to. I want to tighten up that spring a little bit because it's not tightening at all. There we go. Now, just like before, guide and tight. There we go. Yeah, it's what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. There we go. A little bit too much tension, just pull the spool back a bit. No big deal. Alright, there we go. So, I'm going to take some of my tension so it doesn't try to rotate on me too quickly. Boop. I'm going to test. And that looks pretty good. I'm gonna stick it back down. What do we do? Check the lineup. Here we go. So, pick it up from the rear end. Just a little bit. There. All right. So I know that's the amount that I want. I know that's the length that I want. I know that's the length of backer I want on the back of it too. So I think I accidentally blew away the green when I went to clear that out. No problem, just cut myself another piece. As soon as I remember where I put the blade, right here. Alright, let's keep going. Alright, that is a little bit more than enough. So I'm going to take all the tension out now. You can see the little tip rising. Y'all can't really see. Hold on. Run that tag in through the loop just like last time. No different. Alright, there's no difference in that step there. Pull her out. Tag that puppy in. And boom, boom. You have set your second bed. Alright. So I really didn't see any gaps, but I do see some bumps. So I'm just going to take the tool, line some things up, rub out the bumps. Fill that thing. Alright, there we go. Alright. So, now, reset our spool. We're going to get the silver back out now. Ooh, looks like that silver got all kinds of funny when we were setting up. No problem, it happens. Huh. Run guide. Run through tension. Yoink. Pull. Hold on 1 second, sorry guys. Fix that problem. There we go. Wrap. Just like before, make sure your threads are good. Just like that. And runner. You're gonna do some adjusting. It's okay. It is better to do the adjusting now than see it later on and go, why didn't I fix that when I had it in the rod table? Okay. I got one little spot that's missed right here. I'm gonna catch it. Try to catch it. Alright. Make sure she's set dead center top. And just like before, we're going to run a very thin piece of tape to hold her in place while we get ready to run our thread bed. Alright? Always check your lining. Now that we got a few wraps on there, pop that tape off. I don't know if y'all see what I'm doing. I'm sticking it to the rod table. To the thread table. I don't know if y'all saw that. Just make sure y'all know. I know y'all see that little gap. It'll be covered on the second pass. That's from it, you know, latching on. And you see the foot's still there. That's okay too. It's all good. That's not all good right there though. We want to fix that. I gotta say, I'm kind of impressed with myself for not having built a rod in over a year. A little over a year. Yeah, unfortunately, getting around the back side of that eyelet, which is not a requirement by you. Mind you, I said by you. Mind you. This is a something I like to do. I try to make the rod feel as cohesive as possible. Yeah. Maybe cohesive's the wrong word. I like it to feel together. So that's probably the wrong word I'm using. That's okay though, I don't mind. There we go. And boom, baby. Just like that. So I'm using the point of my thread tool right here, basically kind of hold her in place while I move it around the eyelet. So yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm coming to here, slip over, just like that. Just like that. I said keep them nice and tight. Keeping your thread nice and tight is not just for the visual appeal either, mind you, in case that's what you're wondering. It's going to help when we, put the thread finish and the marbling on, because if you already did it right, it'll set properly, and that's going to, that's the whole key of this whole thing, you got to make sure it sets properly. And I don't mean just the thread, we're going to resin finish it, It's going to be the first time I pull out some marbling too. We're going to try to marble this rod, make it really good, So you want to make sure all of your previous steps are set good. That way when you go to finish and you heat the resin, you don't have anything to worry about, Because that's the final mistake you can make, is right there at that heating process at the end, and it doesn't cost you a whole rod if you done messed up. You gotta think about it. That grip cost me $10. A real seat cost me about $15. Then you got all this thread, the resin. These mistakes add up. So it's worth taking your time. And plus, when you sit down and do it right, you take your time. They got some people who make some seriously impressive rods, like the thread patterns I've seen people whip up. Like, they have little hand looms and stuff, right? Oh, dude, so beautiful. And while I do have a hand loom and stuff like that, it has been a year. So, we're just sticking to the basics today. One should always hone the fundamentals. Fundamentals! Alright. Alright, there we go. So now we're going to run her back. That little gap right there, I'm going to take this moment to fill that gap in right there. So, when I see a little bitty thread gap, I'm just going to come through it just like this. And I'm going to stop there and I'm going to fill her in. Is it going to hurt me or anybody else to fill it in? No. Fill it in. Unless you somehow have a situation where filling that spot in is going to hurt somebody, fill it in. And if you do, I need an explanation. Now this overwrap right here, this is the important part of the secondary wrap. We're lining up that footing right there. There it is. Wanna sing with a band. There we go. I said cover up your gap. It will help the resin set. Cover up that gap. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is we are going to kind of taper it. You know, it's where that foot is and everything. We're going to kind of taper her up. Just like that. We're going to come down. And we're going to back up because I almost forgot to put the thread in to finish it off. Nobody knows. There we go. Alright, there we go. What do? Take all the tension out. Pull that tag, straighten it up. Oh, beautiful. Now you can see the next ones, they're all much smaller. Ah, there we go. Oops. Oh, it's in my pocket. I'm like, where'd it go? Okay. Have you noticed these guys are much smaller? And a lot less weight's going to be put on them. We don't have to worry about the foot digging into the rod. So we're going to run the backer and the whole thing with just the silver now. So, y'all know what's about to happen, just like before. Set your thread. Now, we have to remember before we start putting tension on everything, this is going to be, you know, one of the front guides. It's going to be smaller. So, take it, measure it first. Pull that tape back. That's going to be good. Alright. Oh no, I hit the knot. Alright. Just like any other time, we're going to get a few wraps on there, straighten out my table because it's crooked now. Alright, we got our few wraps on there. Nip off that end. Nip it. Nip it in the bud. There we go. So, oh no! I forgot to take the tension out. That's what I get. Alright. So, like I said, it's going to be both to cushion the footer and the thread now. We don't need the underlining anymore. Make sure she's good and packed tight. As you can see, once you get a good hand for this, you rock it and roll. Keep your eye out for any gaps like I just saw right there. Tuck it in. Stop. Well, bring your eyelets up. Up that center like before. Check. Make sure it's going to sit right. It will. Like I said, little piece of tape. Because you're just going to try to hold it on there while the thread catches it. And then you're going to take the tape right back off. What do? Check your lineup. There's nothing that can frustrate you more. You get a whole rod set up beautifully and then boof. Take my head. Yeah, I'm glad I did. I need to move it over just a scooch. Just a scooch. Want it all hooked up. Beautiful. Now, I'm going to hand guide it for just a second. Make sure it grabs on top. Look at that. It sure as hell did. Stamp that out while we work. See, when it laid the thread, it kind of pulled the eye a little bit. That's fine. Just set it up and do what? Check your lineup. Alright, so remember, like we were setting the other guides, we're now going over something, right? Going over something that's not our thread, so we need to make sure she's packed right. Line it up, no shame. That's another thing. Don't be afraid to use a tool, guys. That's what the tool's made for. You know, it's made to help you line up thread. Let it do its job. Nothing wrong with that. Now, as you see, I'm being careful right here because this is going to bite in right here. What I want to do is I want to make sure it stays lined up. So after I get about a 1/4 inch on there, I'm going to stop and I'm going to check my line up. Perfect. See, I try to jump a little bit right there. Correct. Patch it in. Oh great, we got weather coming in. I hope the stream's stable. We've been getting a lot of rain lately. It's been messing with my signal bad. Let me check real quick, y'all don't mind real quick. First of all, I have a Discord ping. Who's pinging me? Come on. Alright, like I said real quick, let me make sure the stream's holding good. It is. Alright, cool. Let's do this. You can go fast if you're, if you're used to it. Just remember to always take a moment, check for gaps. See, look, I got one that opened up right there. Got it. Well, we can. There we go. So what we're witnessing right here is that the thread table is trying to move. So it's trying to offset my thread right here, right? That puppy back in its place. There we go, just like that. Boy, I hope Purdydo gets to see this. Alright, so you see how we only got that little bit left. Y'all know what we gotta do now, right? Set up a loop. Answer is set up a loop. So we're tying this way. You set our open end of our loop that way. Alright, it looks like we missed the spot. I'm just gonna catch it. There we go. Alright. All right. There we go. Boop. Run it through the loop as usual. Don't springboard it like I just did. Not that it's going to hurt anything, because, you know, we're going to put the thread back where it was, but still, try not to do that. It kind of messes with your end right there. It's not anything structural, it's just not pretty. Alright, so since we had that jump on there, right? Straighten her up. You're gonna take the time and investment to build a fishing pole. Take your time. Give a damn. Boom. See? I'm gonna pass through, double check everything. Everything looks good. Yes, I know the China marker's still there. It'll be taken care of soon. Don't fret. So, as y'all saw, what are we going to do? Run the silver. So, start by removing our tape. Wow, I put a big piece of tape on that little bitty eye. Why did I do that? And this is it. Now it's kind of more or less like fly tying. We're just measuring, laying our thread. You know, basically, if you can tie flies, you can tie a fishing rod with no problems. You know, unless you just pull a doofus like I just did. And you go, what are you doing, Ginger? And you're like, I don't know, man. You wonder how you got your auto tensioner stuck. Oh, it stuck to me. Get off of me. Oh, I got tape on my arm. There we go. There we go. So, what I am demonstrating currently is the other way to keep your thread tight. Put your nail on it and start spinning, baby. I'm starting to shake the rust off a little bit. Stop. Bring it top dead center. What's the rule, guys? Place and check. Because as you can see, one of the top things on there is that there's not a lot of tape holding that puppy in place. You know, it's just a little nib on the end there. Two reasons is that one, it makes it a lot easier to set in place. You can kind of wiggle it around. Just it. Oh, that's what you want. See, this guy I gotta bring over, right? So that, right.
Cats Gaming says, how is it going, hun?
Oh, it's going pretty good so far, Sweet Pea. Going good so far. Trying to get the tape out of the way of this foot so I can. There we go. So we're just gonna tuck that tape away real quick. Okay, now that I got a couple of wraps on it. Check it. Did it move? Yes. See, I didn't even notice that it moved. And I'm not even sure you saw it on camera, but they move. Kind of set them. Boom. So just keep your eye on. I got a couple of wraps on it now.
Cats Gaming says, on my way home now.
Alright, sweetie, be careful out there with the weather, okay? So, see that gap forming? Close it. Oops, see, look, we made a gap. Close that gap up. There we go. See how it tried to jump on us like that? No problem. What do? Close it up. Alright. Now we're going to set our thread to move back this way. I don't know if y'all see that. I forgot to verbalize this, but I'm slowly moving it side to side like this to help the thread seat between each other. This helps close up gaps, helps secure the thread. Now, a big thing I want to point out here, a lot of people will notice I have a lot of extra thread on here. This is where the rod's going to want to flex. Alright, because just because you're going Sacalait fishing or whatever, crappie, sorry. Just because you're going crappie fishing doesn't mean you won't accidentally catch that bass. You know? And you would hate, if you're building a rod, for it to snap because it caught the wrong fish. You know? So, I gave it extra, so even when it tries to flex out, it's going to stay put. And, you know, big, you know, mass production stores, they use shrink wrap and everything. If you ever caught a big one that was above the that rod's weight tolerance, and you wonder why, you know, your eyes popped out, well, that's why. Alright, so we got that last little bit to go. Y'all know what it's time for, right? As soon as I remember where I put it. Loop time. And again, drill this into everybody. Your loop goes wherever, the direction you're tying. So you see she keeps trying to open up right here. We don't want it doing that. Close it up. Whether it wants me to or not, it's getting closed up. Don't want them gaps in there. Not on the end of the footer anyway. As you saw before, there was a couple of gaps in there, right? Nothing serious. But them closing them gaps is not an aesthetic decision, it's a structural one. So especially in structural points, make sure you close it. Like that. Did you hear that ting? That was it trying to slip off the footer right there. Okay, so y'all saw that right there on that tip? Oh, okay, probably not. So that little tip is exposed. So just like before, we're gonna build a little header, and we're gonna let it wrap itself up and then back down. Just like that. And you say, you know, you can guide the thread where you want it to go with your fingers. Nothing wrong with that. A lot of people get apprehensive. Like, oh, you know, you shouldn't have to do it that way. Well, yeah, you know, but there are benefits to doing it that way sometimes. And this is one of those. See, we're just kind of going along. Alright, now this is technically more than enough wrap right here. That is more than enough. Oh, wait, hold on. That is more than enough. Giving it some more, though. I don't know about you, but, you know, like I was saying earlier, if I'm going to build a rod, I'm going to make sure it's set really good, you know? Because otherwise, why are you doing it? Alright. Grab the tag. Don't slip the tag like Swampy, apparently. I think I've slipped every one of these tags. There we go. Alright. So, it looks like we had it jump free again. That's okay. Oh, hey, look at that. We rescued it. Nice. Out of us. Grab both ends, Swampy. Pull and cinch that puppy in. Pull it in. Pull it in. Pull it in. Beautiful. I know y'all can't see over there. I'm sliding the other pedestal that way, the other rod holder that way, so that yeah, we maintain a solid grip. All right, what's going on here? Oh, okay, that's where one of the eyes are. Okay. So, just like before, we check everything, we double check everything, make sure everything's good. So we're going to take her off, grab our silver, and get started. I think the bunny bun's home. Yep, that's definitely bunny buns. Oh, that's what's wrong with my tensioner. Hold on, I'm gonna fix the tensioner real quick, guys. I accidentally looped my tensioner at some point. That's why she's having such a hard time. We're just gonna fix it real quick, no big deal. Oh yeah, much more responsive, better. Hi, Tweetums. Give me 1 second. Mwah. You have fun?
Yep.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Okay.
About to go for my game.
Okay. Hey.
What? Okay.
Alright. Boop. Alright. So now we got it started. Y'all know what to do. Gonna go here, here, tighten it up, tighten it up. And there she goes. Just like that, guys. Just like that. There it goes. I say you just keep your eyes open on the prize, you know. Hey, is there a gap forming? No. Oh, I think so. Stop and check. And that's what this whole game is, you know. You try to make something nice, stop and check. Alright, so, boop. Like we did last time, a little bitty piece of tape on your very end of your little bitty foot. Just like that, boom, boom. Alright, my eyes are top dead center. Like always, we're gonna set and check. Check which way, everybody. Set and check. Damn near nailed on the first shot. That's rare. And look at that, the thread moved it. See? It didn't. Alright. So it slid it out, probably because there's barely any tape holding that puppy. Take it out, get it out. There we go. Back it up a couple. Get a stickier piece of tape. Reset that puppy. Alright, bring him back to top dead center if you can. Microphone's right there. Alright, there we go. That took a little bit longer, but that's okay. So remember, wrapping back over something, don't be afraid to get that tool out. Keep that thread good and tight. Tight thread lets you make tight lines. Tight lines let you catch fish. Just like this. Slip it on in there. Alright, we're going to back up. So I don't know if y'all noticed, we're getting a lot of jumping. Okay, this thing's jumping at an unreasonable volume. For reasons I don't yet know how to explain. Yeah, see, there it is. Let's see, we made a gap right there and it was starting to bump out. That's what it was. We found the problem. Problem solved. Rock and roll. There we go. There we go. Look at that. What? There we go. There we go. Yeah, I know a lot of people hear, 10, 12, 11 steps and all of that. I don't think they realize the gravity of those 12, 11 steps until they step up to the rod table.
Hey, come hello. Welcome dusk.
Come on. Nip it over. Nip it over. Nip it. There we go. Alright, so we got that last little bit. Time to put in our loop. Oh, that did not work out, did it? A little nib. I don't like that nib right there. Pop that nib off. So we had a few jumps, so you know, take the back side of your little tool right here. Now you can help layer smooth. Okay, there we go. So as you can see, we're getting nearer and nearer to completion. And might I say, we're doing pretty well. Alright. So, before you proceed, what do? Check your guides. Everything can be adjusted up until you put the resin down. Check your shit. Alright, just check it. Ain't hurt nobody or nothing. Just check it. Alright. Now we're kind of getting to the point where one side's getting heavy and the other side's losing all its weight. Rock and roll. Okay. Alright, here we go. Stick it. Boom, boom. There we go. Yeah. Remove your tag. Carefully as it's early on. You don't want to cut the rest of the thread. You just want to cut the tag end off. Rock and roll. Come on. Alright, what do? Bring our top dead center. Oh. Alright. Damn, nailed that one. Alright. Alright, so remember, help encourage her to start sliding backwards. We are going to put a couple more front wraps on it. Alright, looks like we don't have to encourage too hard. This one did it on its own. Nice tight wrapping. There you go. Oh, see, it tried to jump. All right. Loop it in. Keep your threads tight. Da, 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 da. Yeah. You're not just floundering around over here, guys. Nope. Come on. There we go. Look at that. What? Come on. There it goes. We guide it back out from the foot. There we go. Pull her free. Nip her down. What do we do? Check our lineup. Our lineup looks really good. Running out of table space. I'm gonna start pointing the camera this way here soon. I have to call Cats in here for some reinforcements. Like, yo, can you hold this for me? Alright. Boop. Just like that. Whoop. Opened up. What do? Close it up. It's like a door on a summer night down in Louisiana. Close that puppy. So you wanna know what I'm doing with my hand down there? I'm obviously starting to run out of space, right? So I'm using my hand to guide the thread, rather than the hook sets that are in there. Stop. Alright. Alright, so now it's time to set the next eyelet. Ow. Sorry, hit the microphone, guys. Okay, this one's off a little bit. Slide her over. Put the tape down. That's why we use inexpensive masking tape. Because you're probably going to ruin it. You're not going to use it again.
Gia11 says,
Oh.
that looks amazing.
Oh, thank you, FP. How you doing there, buddy? How you doing today? I saw you pop in earlier. How you doing?
Gia11 says, great job, Swampy.
Thank you. Just wait till we get the secret sauce out. We ain't done yet. If I were to say how far along we are, I would like to say we're about halfway done. Yeah, halfway is a good call. Alright, so just like last time, guys, and all the other guides, right? We got a few wraps in there. We can take the tape off now. Now remember, all eyelets can be adjusted until you get to that last section when you go that last part where you start to resin everything in, okay? But again, you set yourself up right now, you won't have anything to worry about. Because the very last step before you put this in the rod turner and let it dry is that you're going to heat the resin to remove air bubbles. So if there's any gaps in there, you're going to know it. You're going to know it real fast. Again, this is the stuff like Purdy was talking about, wanting a rod build tutorial because mistakes can be costly. We're entering that point. We are almost there. As you can see, I'm towards the tip of the rod now. I'm gonna readjust the table. We'll readjust the camera and everything. But you see, we're getting to that point now. I gotta keep bumping it. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with that. You know, it's a 6-foot pole. You know what I mean? Keep your lines packed. Don't be afraid to put a little bit of force on there, by the way. I don't know if y'all noticed. I will put a little bit of force on these guys to force them to line back up. They can take it. You gotta remember, this thing's gonna spend the rest of its life ready to yank in whatever fish you catch. It can take a little push. Be alright. They try to jump right here, so I pulled it back out. Now I'm lining it back in. Here we go, here we go. Pack it in right there. And look, if you're good at keeping your line straight, you can go faster. Just remember, every few turns, just so that it's easier for you to pack it, check for a gap. You know, Swamp ain't built a fishing pole in over a year. You know, he's going nice and slow, making sure everything's good and right. Yeah. Alright. Alright, so we're at the tip of that foot. Y'all remember what we do now? You know, I'm gonna cut myself a longer piece. I keep using that itty bitty piece and then struggling with it for no other reason than that it's there. I have thousands of yards of thread. I can put some more. Purdydo. And remember, guys, the direction of your loop is the direction you are currently tying. Where is that tag end going to be? Well, that's the direction that loop needs to be in. And the reason I keep repeating that, by the way, is when I first built a rod, that was the #1 thing that confused me. Well, which way does the loop go? Because, honestly, they just tell you to have a loop there. If you get a guidebook, it just tells you, you know, set a loop. But it doesn't actually tell you like, anything else. Which is just silly when you stop and think about it, but I mean, that's how it is. At least that's how it was. Obviously, I ain't read the book for rod time. Alright, here we go. Alright, so, what do we do? We're taking our tension off now. Push it right through. Tag end, hold your tag. I have fat, stubby Irish fingers. That part's always hard for me. And yoink, and yoink. Slip her through. Look at that. Then you, boop, right there. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Alright, so give me 1 second. We're going to reposition our holder right here. Right here. Here it is. Wait, how the hell did I just manage that? How did I do that? You know what? It works. I'm not going to complain. Alright, here we go. So, what do we do before we continue? Check our lineup. Get ready to get in there. Check our lineup. It's all about saving you trouble in the end. Hey, look, even when they're thread wrapped, you can wiggle them a little bit. You can wiggle them a little bit. Like, look, this guy needs to be wiggled over. See, she'll wiggle up until the point we put the resin down. Once you put the resin down, she ain't wiggling no more. Wiggle it now. This one shifted while we were tying. No big deal, it happens. Let's check her out though. And that is Perfect. Now it's obviously more resistant to being wiggled once you know you got it tied in and everything. So, I mean, that's a thing, but yeah. Can I back her up some more? Keep it in frame for everybody. Put the heavier tape down real quick. There we go. Alright. Looks like I'm probably gonna have to... No, okay, I didn't have to break the tape. Okay. Stick her back down right there. Alright, there we go. Remember, using silver this rod. This rod. This time. If y'all are wondering why I chose silver, by the way, there's no aesthetic reason or anything. I just figured it'd be easier for you guys to see. Prettiest streaming. Through. Okay, so I don't know if y'all are identifying what problem we're running into here. This is a common problem when using metallic thread. The proper metallic thread, I should say. It's obviously very shiny and pretty and really nice to build with because, again, if you're going to do something, do it with purpose. But it's really slick, so as you get to the end of that rod, it does like to slip a little bit. But just center down properly and keep your eye on the prize. Just like that. Boop. Keep that puppy going. Oop, see that? Look. Went a little too fast, got ahead of myself, made a gap. Close the gap. See? No big deal if you make a gap. Just gotta close her up, man. That's all there is to it. See that? See, look at that. Pretty. There we go. Check, check, recheck, and check. Checking is free. Mistakes are expensive. There we go. Again, so we brought our little rod right here back up to top dead center, right? Now this tape's been used a few times. Is it going to stick too well? Maybe not. Am I trying anyway? Absolutely. Now in this situation where the tape's wearing out, I'm going to go ahead and put a few loops on it. Because again, until you put the resin on, good. I had to set it. It was trying to jump. Pop that tape off. Top dead center. Check my alignment. Okay, it's a little off, not by much. Beautiful. My razor right here so I don't lose it. There we go. Alright. Hells yeah. Alright. Oh yeah, we're looking good now. This right here is the result of a loose wrap. Pick it up, nip it. Remember to go over it. You're gonna go over it. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Guy's doing pretty good. There we go. Back that up a little bit, it jumped. I only noticed it because I saw the tip. Alright, so remember we talked about, hey, don't worry about that loose right there? Because that was the nib where we started. We're going to go back over it to secure it. So this is one of those moments, you know, you're going back to the mentality, keep that line, keep that thread tight. Secure her down. And now that we have them, we bring it back to the foot. Take your time. Take your time. Alright, we brought it back to the foot. Where'd my green thread go? How did I lose it again? How is it the little one is the one I always manage to keep? Anyway, moving on. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay. There we go. That one took me a little bit. There we go. Come on. Pull it through. Ah, it buzzed. That's okay. I'm gonna do this. Still gotta cut the excess, so you know we're gonna get the fuzz out too. When you're using a razor, by the way, I know I said this earlier, but just as a recap, push gentle, be very careful, because you can nick it, and then the whole thing can come undone. All right. Typically, I do not wrap the tip. Typically, this gets heat shrunk in. But because I didn't feel good about the way it heat shrunk in, I'm going to give it a good thread wrap. And what I'm going to do is, just so you know, I'm going to start from the fiberglass of the rod, move up to here, get some binding wraps up here, and then bring it back down, loop it off. I'm going to start about right here. Come on, catch, baby. There she goes, she caught. So basically this tip wrap, which I don't normally do, mind you, it's going to serve as a reinforcement of sorts. basically because I'm not super thrilled about how that tip went on. Didn't feel right. We're going to reinforce it with a good thread wrap and a resin. But it'll also give the fishing pole a nice little flash at the end of it, so kind of cool. Crap, I lost tension. That's okay, it happens. This thing's wanting to jump a lot, see that? Alright. Now we're gonna start trying to get her to guide backwards now. Okay, there we go. I got this black right here. We'll just use the black. And boom. Here we go. And just as with every other tie wrap, try not to do that. And be very careful with them edges. Go. Alright, so before we move on to any other steps, we're going to take it out of the rod holder. We're going to check its alignment. This is going to be one of your last chances to adjust any of the guides. If you need to adjust them, it's going to be one of the last chances you get. It's just so hardening. Oh, guys, when I say we nailed that, I think it's absolutely perfect. I think we did a fan. Oh, no. Glad I saw that. We're going to be fixing that here shortly. We might be redoing a guide, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, look at that. My nip came out and it unthreaded the whole thing. Check that out. What? Hold on. Yeah, I got it. Yep, well, that's what I did right there. It pulled itself open. Double check everything, ladies and gentlemen. Check everything. Alright. We got one guide tilted to the side. Like I said, they can wiggle in the thread. This is your opportunity. You know, because once you take it out of that, you start laying down your resin, there is no more adjusting. Oop, I'm caught on my... There we go. Beautiful. All right. Hey, look, the rest of the fishing pole. It's been a while. All right. We're going to begin a process that it's been the first time I've done it. I'm going to do it here with y'all today. Marbling. All right. Nope. Nope. Huh? Maybe. All right. So what I wanted to do on this rod with everyone today is something I haven't done before, which is marbling. I have never marbled a rod, but we're about to. About to do it today. A little sneak peek on picking up new skills. As soon as I can find my mouse. There's my mouse. We found it. As soon as my computer will let me. All right. I got it. All right. So for this part of the process, I'm gonna have to get the rod turned, which is fine. I got it right here. Or I can drop it like a dunce. Yeah. Am I plugged in over there? No, it's not plugged in at all. Okay, cool. Set it wherever I want it. No, I only really have planned a simple marbling today. Because again, it's going to be my first time doing it, and I'm going to do it with y'all. But, we're going to do some marbling. Switch. Alright, there we go. Got the switch on. Well, had to turn it off, but you know what I meant. Alright, so. Y'all want to see something cool? Alright, so this is the moment we want to take to clean the rod. You can use that, or you can use what I use. Large ones. Ran over my headphones. Yeah. There we go. So all that dust and everything we built up from working on everything else, this is where we clean all of that off the rod. Okay, so those marks that we were talking about earlier, we told you we're going to get them off very easily. That's right, we're going to use thread to get them off. After we get them off, we're going to wipe down the rod one more time. As soon as I remember where the razor went again. You would think like I'd have like a magnet for that thing, but I don't. But I have scissors, and those will do the job for now. So as you can see, you can literally use the thread and rub away that China pencil. There we go. I know y'all can't see me. I'm rubbing away the porcelain pen. China pencil, whatever you want to call it. Alright. So let's bring this puppy into focus. Alright. Let's do this. Get some coffee. Alright. So, we need our marbling pigment. epoxy. Make sure it's not hardener. That's one. Okay. I think this is green. Is that green? I hope not. Nope, that's the silver. So there is no hardener in here, right? This is just thread finish with pigment. The reason you see me using we're about to find out today. That's looking really nice. So just a little test dauble. Ooh, that does look really good. Alright. So that's going to be our pigment jar. And this is going to be our finish jar. Where did I put it? Right here. So we're gonna have two different brushes, two different bottles, because we have two different products about to happen here. We forgot to do one thing. You know, I'm not going to worry about it. I was going to put a decal on it, but we're not going to worry about it because time to get going. Alright. Brush time. That's going to be our pigment brush. And you see it's a little on the thick side. We can thin it up. I have extra mix. We can totally thin that up 100%. A little on the thick side. That's okay. It's okay. Nothing wrong with that. I don't need the stick now. I got the brush, and the brush is all coated. So we're going to put that in the waste bucket. Just going to mix it up. Or literally just kind of like splotching the rod with it, because I'm going to try to make swirls. Again, I haven't done marbling before, but we're going to do it together. Because we're not trying to paint the rod silver, right? We're going to put like little designs in it. Like, I say designs, like little swirls and whatnot. Nothing serious. Okay. So I got my thread finish wrap right here, which I'm currently mixing. There. So we're going to take one of our mix sticks. Start mixing that up. try not to get air bubbles in it, but we're going to remove the air bubbles, so even if you do, don't fret. It's all going to be good. The swamp is back. Gotta be over 18. So we're going to resin coat the rod. That's what's about to happen here. This whole rod's about to get resin coated. So while we touch that up, we're going to use our, resin for the thread finish, where the thread's finished, because that's what it's actually for. But we're putting marbling and everything on here, so see, I'm holding the cup underneath it. And I'm just letting the brush do its thing. Yeah, I'm just brushing it through. Oh god, some of it got on me. Oh no, California says I'm gonna die now. There we go. So you just hold it while it brushes through. You put a little bit of thread sealing resin, which is what this is. It's called Pro Coat. The only name brand I'm gonna mention because I'm telling you it's awesome. Good. Anyway. So yeah, so I'm just gonna coat my threads. I know the camera's over there. Sorry guys. It's a 6-foot pole. I didn't have the right camera set up. I tried. You can ask DNL and them. I tried. Give me just a moment though. Because I am going to take the time to show y'all exactly how I'm doing this over there on that side. Bear with me for just a moment, guys. So. I know y'all can't see over here, but just to let you know what I'm doing is I'm literally just touching the tip of the brush into the resin. Not biting it, not trying to brooch it around. I'm literally just put the tip on and then hold the brush and let the bristles spread it around for you. Again, we're not going to worry about any air bubbles that may or may not be in there because we're going to boil them out. We want a nice, even coat. That's all we're trying to accomplish. Trust me, the rest will accomplish itself in a moment. If you smoke, by the way, and you're trying to build a fishing pole, this is the time to not do that. That resin is super clear and grabs onto everything around it, including smoke. Sounds cool. Oh yeah, man, I have a smoke effect fishing pole. It just turns yellow in the resin. That's how I know. Just know that you've been warned and accept it. Again, I'm not going super thick on it because we're going to thread finish the whole rod. But I want enough on there that it's going to soak in and start hardening threads while we do everything. really just kind of letting it do its thing. Not trying to fight it. You don't need to pencil it. It's all gonna get a good because this is a UV suppressor. So it's all gonna get a good coat. Alright, there we go. Ow. I keep running over my cords. Alright.
Stormcrow Gaming says.
What's up, GNL?
Neat looking pool K.
Alright. So we got our thread resin on now. We're going to start applying. I'm going to start applying our clear. And really, I'm just kind of dabbing it wherever the pigment is not. And then, like I said, we're going to get and just start like this. Just gentle strokes. We're going to come through with the pigment brush and the pigment. We're just looking for a light silver effect. You know, we're not looking for...
Lodestorm says.
Yo, what's up?
First they let this squirrel fly an airplane and now he's doing strange things to a fishing rod.
I'm not doing...
WTH is going on?
I'm not doing strange things to a fishing rod, man. I'm building a fishing pole. This is my marbling kit we're setting up. So yep, as y'all can see right there.
Says. It's a OLK. Stormcrow Gaming says. Pool.
So as you see, I'm just gonna bring the resin backwards. That's all I'm doing. Let's see, I'm just bringing the resin backwards. We're gonna let the pigment do its own work. Dab, touch, fill. Hold. One of my brushes fell. Sorry, guys. There we go.
Your damn butt can't read my typing right.
Oh, it's not my fault. You can't type.
Lodestorm says. My
Well, that too,
father-in-law
but,
would love
I
it.
mean, it's supposed to be
He
a
used to
pool
type
cue.
flies before he
Pool
passed
cue.
away.
I'm sorry. It was reading LNR's
Said it's supposed to be pool cue.
Cue,
Not whatever.
whatever it said. Oh, so your grandfather used to fly fish LNR? Because we actually usually tie flies on here. This is actually the unusual part, is that I'm making a rod.
Guts and Blood says. Whipping rod, so he can self-flagellate.
Yeah.
I don't think it's long enough for that one, Guts.
Lodestorm
It is
says,
6 foot.
Yup. He taught me but I still suck at it.
Hey,
Okay, so Guts is right.
I mean, I'm just saying that he could be by technicality, not that he is.
Okay, whatever.
Everybody make DNL very nervous now. Go, go, go.
I think 2 nights of Phasma did that pretty well.
That was 2 good nights, though.
Well, yes, but
Okay. So the only part you really want to try to keep your hand super steady is when you're near any windings or filaments. I don't have any filaments or furls in this rod, so we're good. This is a 1-piece 6-foot rod. So what I want to do now is I'm going through it as it winds around, and I'm literally just going to make sure that all the resin is filled in. One of the things you do not want any dry spots when you go to heat set this marbling. It will melt the rod. So this is one of those things that Purdy was talking about last time when he mentioned this. Guts, I think you were here. the expensive mistakes can be, oh, I melted the fishing pole, because it can and does happen. Now, I am proud enough to say this is my first marbling job, so I have technically never melted a fishing pole. That does not make it impossible, though. Because, again, this is my first time marbling a fishing pole.
Okay, just saying.
What do you want me
And
to...
did he say melting or melting?
Melt. Like a patty melt.
Oh.
Except not edible or delicious.
Yeah, the Rumble's having issues again today.
Ah, that's all good.
Yeah.
Well, you have the fire extinguisher nearby, right?
I do. OSHA can suck it. Alright, so what y'all see me doing right here, we obviously have enough resin on board. So what you see me doing is I'm just swirling the pigment and making sure, again, no dry spots. That's why you see me taking my time. See, because I got a dry spot I'm coming up on right here that I just saw. That's damn sure about to not be a dry spot.
I think I saw one up some too. Yeah, you've still got a couple.
Oh, yeah.
I can see up to, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's like right here.
Oh no, up more. Other up.
We going back to the other way he came.
Yeah. But they might, well, no, there's that one right there still. Over a little more. Video. No, that's too, well. That works. Let's do that again. There's
That's
that
the goal.
spot.
Oh, you talking about that little spot right here? No, I'm just looking for bold areas. The little spots are going to boil out in just a second. I thought you saw like a massive spot and I was just blind. I'm like, where is this spot?
Sorry, okay. You know me.
Hey man, no, it's all good.
Boring and over cautious.
Hey,
you know,
I would
no
rather
big deal.
I would rather you say something and it not be an issue than not say anything and then I melt the fishing pole.
Yeah, I'd have to yell at you for that one.
I think that would be my turn to yell at you at that point.
Guts and Blood says.
I think you're right. but
Doesn't
we'll,
mean
we'll
you're
pass
not
that
blind.
fact up.
Oh shit, hold on. Let me get the mouse out, guys. I missed what Guts said. I'm sorry. Hold on. What did you say, Guts? Right, I'm
Doesn't
pulling.
mean you're not blind.
Yeah, right. All
I
right.
could read it, you know. I am just sitting here.
Oh, if you don't mind, I'd appreciate it. All right, so this is
Well,
the tricky
fine.
part, guys. We got the silveriness, but you don't want it in your eyelet because then your line can't go through it. So you want to touch it quick and then move away from it, about just as quick. I'm going to take some of the pigment out of here because there's a lot to go around, and I'm going to spread it over here. And I'm going to take that pigment brush that we had earlier, if y'all remember that. Bring that puppy over here. Hey, y'all give me 1 second to lay down some pigment. I will move the camera so that y'all can see what I'm doing. So.
I need this one. I want to make sure I'm up to date with him.
Whoop.
Oh, it says I'm. So.
Alright, so again, some mostly clear. I got some pigment in there, which is fine. I think maybe it'll add a nice smoke effect. We'll see. We're gonna touch here, touch here. Alright, and again, now we just glide the brush. Just kind of glide it. Because we're gonna set it on fire in a minute. Damn gingers, man, always lighting things
Yay,
on
fire.
fire.
Guts and Blood says. Drip, drip, drip.
Drip, drip, drip. Well,
That's okay. I had the spirits to dissolve it as long as it doesn't get in contact with
Is
heat.
that the little clicker thing you get the fire to start, the flame to go?
no.
Okay, good. Oh, that looks a little bit different than that one.
Yeah, that's something completely different.
Okay. That's where the line gets fed through.
Yes, ma'am. I know just enough about fly fishing to get myself hooked on the damn hook.
Hey, I say a similar thing about mechanics. It's all good. I know just enough to
Oh,
get
well-
myself into trouble.
I can do an engine. That's no problem. But
Oh, how I would describe it is on my best day, I'm a parts changer.
okay.
I can't look at it and be like, oh yes, this is this because of this sound based off of this experience I had 10 years ago. I'm more like, it's doing a thing. Check all the things. Check all the things now.
I used to be an accountant for a mechanic, so
Oh, then yeah, you get it.
yeah, I have specialized knowledge in fixing cars. Apparently, got to help him rebuild an engine. Of course, and I looked at him and I go, "You know how much you're paying me for this, right?"
What did he say to that?
Well, that's okay.
Hey.
The crazy neighbor had his hood. Did you know, if there are still parts left over, you didn't do it right?
Yeah.
And he started laughing. And so, and he goes, I think I lost my keys in here. I'm like, they would have. What?
Exactly.
And he goes, I dropped the ratchet down there once, but I got that, but I can't find my keys now. And I'm like,
Oh, he did the
should not.
he did the great no.
Yeah.
He eventually found his keys because he just drove, the car ain't in the same parking spot. So he eventually found the keys.
Well, that's good at least. Alright. Alright, so I know I'm trying to be slow so that everyone can see, but just know that I'm about to have to speed up because the hardener's starting to kick in. Once that hardener sets in, it's going to try to destroy my brush, and we won't be able to marble the rest of the hole. So, all of you there, you have been warned. Notified. Well, I guess I could add some more thinner to it. I could add more thinner to it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I have to admit that I'm kind of liking the silver effect that's going on. I wasn't sure how I was going to like it, but I gotta admit I'm kind of like it.
So what's holding your little eyelet things on?
Threat.
Just where they're flattened.
I'll show you in just a second.
Okay.
Oh, we have a glob of pigment right there. Oh no, we can't have that. Better than that, right guys? Yeah. Totally.
Just when cat needs to come in and scare the shit out of him. And watch the squirrel jump 6 feet in the air.
That is so hard.
So mean.
It may be mean, but it's not unheard of.
No, it's actually a common occurrence around here.
Mhm. Yeah. She likes to try and scare him.
Wow.
And she succeeds quite often.
Yeah,
See,
because
I don't try to do that because your fist is bigger than my head, so I ain't trying to scare.
ever seen me raise my fist twice and they were never in her direction. Now, the first time she scared the piss out of me, mind you, I whipped around because all I felt was a hand on my back in a house where I thought I was alone. So I whipped around and was ready to charge, and then I realized, oh, it's you.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm afraid of. You know what I mean? It's not that he's mean to me or anything like that. Just if I scared him the right
Draconic
way,
makes 91 says.
he'd have to stop himself. You know?
What's up, Dracon? How you doing, buddy? I know you can't really see me too much in frame. I am quickly epoxying the rest of this rod before it hardens up. So you just had to give me one moment there, bud. This is why I tried to set up the third camera, but my cable was not long enough.
I know.
Guts
I
and
know.
Blood says, "You've got ghosts. Phasmophobia is just your attempt to deal with it."
Hey, man,
Drake,
it's called Hogan. Oh yeah, man, we're doing good. We're doing good. I forgot that I was able to get the bot to work with Twitch. I was like, wait, hold on. I remember. He's from Twitch. And I looked over, I'm like, oh, the bot's actually reading it for once. Hells yeah.
Did the bot read for guts?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't hear it because I
I
was
have it
surprised.
turned off because it'll create a weird echo otherwise. But I can't hear it in Discord, so
Right.
I mean if we Yeah.
So while I'm at the inside of the rod, everybody, we're almost done. I'm going to repeat my warning. Do not put the resin in the eyelets. Unless you just wanted a wall
Draconic Bakes
conversation.
91
piece to go
says, "Are you going fishing soon?"
for. I hope so, yes. If everything keeps working out at work the way they are, I should have finally have some time to go fishing soon, yes. And I know I'm away from the mic. Am I still okay? Am I still being heard okay there, do you know?
By
Guts
me
and
in
Blood
Discord,
says,
you are.
"I didn't hear the answer.
I
Got
didn't
green
hear the
Dorito
answer.
stuff.
Got the green
Tongue sticking
Dorito
out."
stuff.
See, I didn't hear the answer. Got the green Dorito stuff. Oh no. Yeah, I do plan on going fishing soon. Work is as long as work keeps panning out like it does, absolutely. I finally have some time. All right, there we go. All right, so now that we have our UV protection resin for the fishing pole all done up, last chance to check for errors and problems. So we're gonna go through. I kind of like the little swirl pattern on here. I feel like it could be spread out a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit better. Are you laughing at me? I feel like you're laughing at me.
I am.
Okay. Thank you for your
I'll be
honesty.
honest.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah. It's the little squirrel tongue when
When I'm focused. Yeah, I do that. When I'm really focused, you'll see my tongue out.
yeah, it's cute and funny.
Aww.
So I had to laugh.
Draconic Bakes 91 says, "What do you plan on fishing for?"
Let's see, it'll be next month. Mostly some Sacalait warmouth bluegill. Depending on how the water looks, I might go try to get some Gaspergo. Not sure how the water's gonna look though, so that's a maybe. That last one's a maybe. Alright, so here's what we gotta do now. I left a dry spot on the rod so that I can pick it up and move my holder. So we're gonna have to move this guy over here like this because we're about to light the rod on fire.
Watch your cords.
Oh yeah, this is about to get fun.
Of course.
Draconic Bakes 91 says, "Crappie is a good idea."
Oh, absolutely. Now, Sacalait always bakes so well too. You can fry them, bake them, they're just good. Just all around good. It's like that thing where it's like, man, this has no right being that good, and it just is. That's Sacalait. I just realized he said crappie, and I'm still calling it Sacalait. My bad, dude. Louisiana over here. Can't help myself. All right, so we have to weigh down our rod turner real quick because I have to get over there with some pigment to catch that last Snoopy section over there. Because I got just enough resin left to cover that patch. Oh, we measured it perfectly. We're awesome.
Draconic Bakes 91 says, "I caught trout recently."
Oh, nice. Which one? What kind?
That's craziness.
My wife says that the red-headed ginger werewolf y'all have is craziness.
Draconic
Rougarou,
Bakes
yeah.
91 says. Rainbow.
Nice.
I was telling her about the
The
thingy.
Rougarou.
The Rougarou. What the fuck?
Rougarou.
People are weird. Rougarou.
There
Like
you go.
Rougaloo. Rougaloo. Rouga something.
He's
I'm
going.
gonna go.
She's like, I'm not dealing with this right now, man. All right, there we go. All right, guys. So the rod has been sealed. So this is the only air quotes dangerous parts of building your fishing pole.
He gets to play with fire.
I get to play with fire, smokeless fire.
Only this time.
Okay.
As he has a smoke, he's going to deal with smokeless fire.
Well, we had the silvery smoky effect, so I'm not too worried about it this time. Okay, so
The smoky effect or setting your nose on fire?
this is what you need. You're under the age of 18 and watching this video. You must have adult supervision to perform this next step.
And to buy the alcohol.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait, hold on.
And cigarettes.
I don't know what the no cigarettes, don't smoke, people. If I could quit, I would quit. All right. All right. So as you see, I'm just gently passing it, and I don't know how well that camera is showing it, but what it's doing is it's warming up the resin, and it's forcing it to self-level.
Draconic Bakes 91 says. Same here.
So as you can see, well, you can't see anymore.
Really effect.
Kind of marbling effect, yeah. You can kind of see it on. It translates sort of.
It's a little. I will admit, it's kind of hard to see on the.
Yeah, it
Okay.
won't translate right because of the light.
But I will take a photo, guys. I will. I'll update the thumbnail. I'll take a better resolution photo, and I'll update the thumbnail later. All right. So why do we want the rod spinning? This is going to help the warmed up resin to finish flat, which is what we want. The warmed up resin will help move the pigment particles around and kind of enhance that. Oh, I'm a swirl effect type of situation. It'll also help the hardener to actually bind properly with the hold on, I have a little spot that's misbehaving. It'll help it bond properly with the hardener, the base resin, and it'll you're supposed to heat it up when you have UV resin to help set its properties. And that's it, done, just like that. No more, no less. Cap it. Do not try to blow it out. Do not try to use an extinguisher. It will explode. Cap it. Alright, so as you see here, we have some drippers, right? You see that? We got some dripping. Leave it alone. Just leave it alone. It'll be alright.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm gonna hold the lighter up right here. See that little dripper right there? Just like that. If it bothers you, clean brush, nothing on it. Pick it up and do like that. That's all you gotta do. Now we're going to activate the rod. Remember, this is not a fiberglass rod. Now, the only thing that you would do different on your own personal rod build that I did today is if you wanted decals and labeling. You would set those before you set your guides, because what do you do before you set your guides? You set your handle already. So that is the only difference that you would have that I did today that you would do on your own. All right. So, now that you've built your rod, when can you finally take it out fishing? This time tomorrow. Yeah, it's a shitty answer. Nobody likes it. I know. But this stuff can take up to 24 hours to set up properly. And if you're wondering what I'm doing now, I'm just mixing around the pigment because it kind of settled in a couple of spots. And I was really hoping for more of that swirly effect. So I know you can't see over here, but I'm literally just using the tip of the brush, making gentle little circles and swipes. And ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's it. We are done. So I'm going to pop it out of the rod holder. I'm going to back up the camera. That way y'all can get a better view of it real quick. Before I put it in the dryer. And yeah, we'll have to use this one. Don't freak out on me. Did it freak out on me or is it still going?
It's still good.
Alright, cool. No, it's not. Damn it. It just freaked out. It's okay. I unhooked it. Turn it back on, basically.
Now we got a Swampy that looks like he's trying to be a pirate.
Arrgh.
Just saying.
Alright, where's the OBS?
Stormcrow Gaming says. Swampy the pirate.
Be afraid, be very afraid. It's trying to connect. Ow. Alright, should be coming back on. Yep, there it goes. Ow, I just ran over my headphones again. Alright, well, I can't hear for a minute, but that's fine. So, there you go. That's it.
Alright. Can you hear me?
Way through.
I guess you can't hear me.
It's a very light
I blame
gray
Swampy.
effect. We weren't looking for anything heavy. Again, it's my first time doing a marble, you know? So, we didn't want to go too heavy with it. Let me set this down and plug my headphones back in. So I can hear DNL say all the bad things. Alright. Now, why do you want the rod turning? This is why right here. See how it stopped and it all started to settle? That's why you want it turning while it's finishing. So I know I kind of like yoinked the camera from y'all and everything. But that's why I wanted to do it. I wanted y'all to see up close why the rod needs to spin overnight. Because that... You know, that coloring, that pigment powder, it's heavy. So it's going to force it to try to settle. Which is honestly not a big deal because we can take it in and swirl it around.
So you missed me screaming, right?
Yeah, pretty much, probably.
No, don't do that. You know, watch out for the cat behind you.
Alright. So, as previously discussed, this is going to take overnight to settle up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pitch the rod real quick. And set it. And this rod's going to spin in my house for overnight because I kind of like it. Well, that's going to be it for us today, guys. Oh, wow, it's almost 3. Okay, so yeah, that is going to be it. I want to thank all of you for coming by. Man, I ain't built a rod in a year. I'm really proud about this. I'm really happy about this. And thank y'all for coming. Y'all have a fantastic day, guys. I'm gonna get ready for Sons of the Forest, and I'm gonna admire this rod while it dries. It's gonna be a good day. Thank you guys for coming. We'll see y'all next week. We're gonna go back. We're gonna be back time flies like normal. I'm not telling you which ones yet, though.
Load storm advanced to level 2.
Flies like. Wait, is that like the next game you're playing?
Eleanor, I say that, bud. You have a wonderful day, man.